Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Friday stream. You've got to the weekend. Good job. We're going to be checking out a new game today. Just came out on early access. We're going back to the early access well. 2 days ago. Starminer. The devs, I think, first game. Cool and good games is what they're called. They're very confident, I'll give them that. That's two things. So we are returning to space, but a different form is space taking today. It's a game about very methodically building up a ship and maybe more, and then getting like a little some tiny ships going in and out of your ship, and they go mine asteroids and sell resources, and then you just kind of keep building, which on paper, a game about trying to mine resources for economic gain and then putting that back into more shipbuilding sounds right up my alley. So we'll see. Now, I have heard some things about it though going in, namely that the tutorial's not good. So that's going to be the first hurdle to overcome, is simply figuring out how to manipulate the game. In fact, I have read that the tutorial is like almost not even worth doing, and that you more or less just have to fumble around with buttons until things work. And then on top of that, because it's an early access, sometimes things that should work don't. And that's more confusing because you're not sure if it's the game malfunctioning or you not understanding. And they even say on the main menu that if anything gets stuck or stops responding, save and reload the game. So sometimes you can fix what seem to be bugs just by reloading the game. So it's going to be interesting initial learning curve, I think. Perhaps if we can overcome that learning curve, we can find something cool. So that's what we're going to try and do. I don't know if anybody in chat's played it up till now. I love the 007 streams, by the way, including last night's marathon. Yeah, we finished up First Light, 007 First Light yesterday. So that's done. And took us a while, maybe a little too long, but we got to the end at like 2:30 a.m., like 5:30 Eastern time. So it's a late night stream yesterday. Try to wrap things up because I was right. There wasn't enough content for a stream on it today. But it's one of those games where it's like, okay, I don't want to have to find another game to pivot to after a few hours. But yeah, First Light was a lot of fun. It should definitely get like a nomination for Game of the Year, in my opinion. I don't know if it should win, but I think it deserves at least a nom. But hello, early stream arrivers. Early arrivers to the late stream. This might not be a very long stream today. I'm a little tired. But I want to check out a new game. So hello, Came Sparkly, Giso, Finksy. Hello, Cerise Fairies, Durf, D. Gatsby, Wasuji, Lost Guardian, Ralg Barade, Sunforest, Azrael, what's up? Core Vocation, and Naroxen, and everyone underneath that. But yeah, First Light was good. I love the mug. Can you show it again? It's from an aquarium. It's got fish. Lots of fish. It's also got a small chip in the front, but that's okay. It's one of my favorite mugs. It has the perfect hand grip. See that hand grip right there? That's a perfect hand grip. Mugs where only like 3 or out of your 4 fingies fit. I don't like being cramped. This one's got like a nice kind of arched, extended. See how there's room for an extra finger right here at this top notch instead of being like symmetrically rounded on both sides? The symmetrically rounded ones, uncomfortable. But this one, like the whole hand fits in and you have a spot for your thumb. That is engineering. You know, index finger goes in the little notch and then thumb comes down in the notch that is created as a result. That's a great cup grip. You don't see that too often. And then on top of that, it's wide enough if you want to go for the full hand grip. See, you can go for this grip too if you want to. But I think that, like, little crescent moon shape is better. It's fin-shaped. Ah, yeah, I didn't realize that. That's true. It's a fish mug with a fin-shaped handle. Good point. Look at that. Space. That's where we're going. I don't know if it's fitting or foreboding or both that we have this. I have the Starbase soundtrack going in the background. Okay, so why don't we just hop in? But first, Starblade, a fitting name. Thank you for the 56 months of sub. I appreciate it. What's up, Starblade? So Gare, thank you for 28 months. And also appreciate the Prime. Thank you for priming. Oni-chan Shadow is also here for 6 months. For half a freaking year. Thanks for half a year. How's it going? And Thixel says, what's up? Yo, what's up? Thank you for the beginning of stream subs. Opening screen looks good. It sounds good too. I just have it muted right now. But what's up, Thixel? I got allergies. That's what's up, unfortunately. Are they paying for this review? Smiley face. It's kind of a weird, annoying comment, but I'll respond to it anyways. Number one, if they were, and by they, I assume you mean the developers, I would be legally obligated to disclose that in the title of the content with the hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored. So that would be your first clue. Secondly, no, I'm actually paying them, and I bought the game. Third, it's not a review. It's more of a first impressions. So, probably think of more problems with that comment if I tried, but I thought this was a professional review channel. It's an unprofessional something channel. All right, we'll get started, but first I have to let the guitar solo go. It's not really a solo, but it kind of is. To get us all in the spirit. Okay. Now listen to space mining noises, the chunky laser noises. No, the mug? I was joking. Oh, well, it went over all of our heads, probably. Not funny, didn't laugh, -2 joke content. Guided introduction to core mining, construction, navigation, and combat protocols. I do not want to follow any kind of campaign storyline. That I know for sure. I do not care about a campaign story. I'm already docking review points off for even including a campaign. I'm gonna give a thumbs down on Steam and says, thumbs down, there's a campaign in this game. Enough said. Sandbox, independent command status, the universe is your design. Active leaderboard, 1 life per run. I'm just gonna try the training just so I can... People in chat can't say that you don't know what you're doing because you didn't do the tutorial. But no, I'm joking, but also I'm kind of serious because this, of all the games I've played recently, this one seems on paper the most aptly pure sandbox game. So I feel like any effort on a campaign is wasted because this is clearly made, like the mechanics befit a sandbox game. So just make a great sandbox. Everyone diverts their effort between trying to make like a storyline, and it is going to end up making both of them less than they could have been, right? In my opinion, when you are splitting your effort between multiple modes too much, you're not able to focus on making one truly great one. Like imagine if Kenshi was like half of Kenshi, they were like, you know what, actually we're gonna make a story-based campaign with linear missions that you need to solve or something like that. Like you really need to go all in on whatever it is you want to go, whatever it is you want to do really well, or else Gordon Ramsay is gonna come to your restaurant and tell you your menu's too big and that you need to pare down
Welcome, Commander.
to just like 10 items. Hello, welcome to Pragia Luminosa. It's a Harry Potter class. Spacecraft training cores. I am Kaio Anselmo. These are definitely so, and I will be your guide through these simulation modules. Hold on, I need to do something. No! No! Oh, already baited. Some NPC portraits and player character face options in Starminer were created with the assistance of generative AI image tools during development. Generative AI was also used to help generate some informational dialogue, help text, and tooltips. All AI-generated assets and text were reviewed, curated, and edited by our team before being integrated into the final build. No generative AI is used at runtime. What does that mean? All content shipped in the game is static and pre-authored. Is used at runtime. Anyway, it's so funny to me that one of the biggest criticisms is that the tutorial and informational text is subpar in this game, and the very first thing I discover about it is that they say informational dialogue, help text, and tooltips was AI generated. So it's just like, well, there you go, you know what I mean? Like, you get what you pay for. We're not running an AI on your device. Oh, it means they're not running an AI like on the game in real time. RIP, it was a good stream. Here's the thing. I've played a couple games that have some AI in them, and I don't automatically think all AI equals bad on its face. For example, I did enjoy playing the third-person shooter that just came out last year, Arc Raiders. I did enjoy Arc Raiders because I thought it was used in a way that actually like elevated the gameplay of the video game. So I think that there are some fringe use cases for it, but for me, I don't like the laziest use cases for like, we generated tutorial, help text, informational bubbles, and art with it, and just shipped it. And then, you know, there's like a couple of weird, there were some odd AI generated pieces in Crimson Desert here and there, which apparently were like discovered and supposedly remedied by the team. So that one actually got like a patch, if I'm not mistaken, right? So if there's just like a little bit and it's 0.002% of the game, normally I'm like, okay, well, that may have got in through, I don't know all the context of how that or why that existed, but the first thing that I thought, the reason why I'm talking about it at all is because when this appeared, reading this and looking at this guy, I thought, this is AI generated. That was my first thought. So I went to the Steam page to see if there was any kind of disclosure of it. And it's distracting already. When it gets in the way is the biggest problem. And it's already gotten in my way when I'm reading Caio Anselmo's name. And like, looking, I bet that's AI generated. So now I don't even want to read this because I'm just reading like a Chat GPT fluff story. Like, apologies, I am required to say that every time. This first simulation will teach the common principles of navigation in the void of space. You'll be piloting a small shuttle, a trustworthy design that has survived with little modification for nearly 40 years. Like, all of this is probably AI right here. Like, all this text. You know what I mean? So I don't want to just read ChatGPT hallucinating backstory for Caio Anselmo. It doesn't feel like it matches the picture either. Yeah. Oh boy. I got blindsided a little bit today, gamers. I got a little did not do my dude. I just assumed. I'm definitely not doing the tutorial now. I just want to exit the menu. Oof. Oh, well, this is going to make this a lot harder, but I'm not going to sit there and just read like ChatGPT role-playing for an hour. I'm hoping that the sandbox has less of that. But that's going to make it harder for me to figure out what the hell's going on. That is a shame, man. That is a shame. So I can choose how much debt I want to go into. The reason why, if I could rant some more, that it pisses me off so much is when I'm looking at the screen and I'm looking at all these different little ships and I'm looking at the start menu and I can hear the like cool space sound effects in the background that remind me of like a sci-fi Frostpunk. And see the theming of the game and like the effort in trying to make a slow, methodical, like space mining game. You've put so much effort into every other aspect of the game. Why cut corners on what should be the easiest part? Like a couple of character portraits and some generic lines of dialogue has to be easier than coding all of the rest of the game, right? And designing all of the other elements of the game. It can't take that much more time. Okay, I'm gonna have a real time figuring this out now. Okay, so each of these modules is a different piece. Perks. Increase kinetic weapon damage by 30%. Energy overall, max HP, missile weapon damage. So I can choose 3 perks. This game was delayed like 4 times, so I feel like they eventually said, screw it, just AI it. My first assumption is usually that I have no idea where the dev team is based, but like my first assumption would be that it is from a non-English speaking country that wanted an easy way to have like English default language for Steam release. That would be my first assumption. I don't know if that's true, because if I want to assume that, because at least then it's like, okay, well, you're just getting free translating and stuff, so I kind of understand that a little bit. If it's like native English dev team also just choosing not to write because they don't want to, that's worse, in my opinion. Okay, so we only have 1 starting location. Default research. I'm gonna go with whatever the smallest worst ship is. A good compact all-arounder, can mine, refine, build, and scan, jack of all trades, but requires smart power management. Small industrial miner has no weaponry but moderate mining capabilities. Mobile miner equipped with a T1 refinery and T1 scanner. Can engage enemies right from the get-go. Loaded with resources, with good energy generation, outfitted with 2 T2 construction towers and no mining or combat. Medium industrial craft equipped for mining support, salvage, and forward logistics. Okay, so we probably want like... Honestly, I'm just either going to start with the miner or... the jack of all trades, which I don't know if I can do smart power management. Based in Slovenia? No. So my first assumption is probably correct then, in that case. There's also an interesting statistic that I learned recently, which is that polls have shown that English-speaking countries are more resistant to AI, and European countries, non-English speaking, are more adoptive of AI in things, which I thought was interesting. Because I've noticed that it does appear in more like games from European countries, more than like American or UK. Apparently Spain is actually the most appreciative of AI out of all European nations, based on polls. Hello, Calipigian Savant. What's up? Thank you for the 28 months. I appreciate the prime. E yearns for the mines. I do. I just wish it were under better circumstances. Boom you. Thank you for 61 months also. Sorry if I missed you a minute ago. Okay. I'm just gonna go for the little all-arounder. Reduce energy consumption by 30%. And then I'm gonna try... reduce construction resource costs. I don't know if construction means building other stations or building modules on your own ship. So I'm gonna try reduce construction costs by 30%. And then maybe either storage capacity by 30%, industrial storage. Okay, so 20 colonists. I don't know if I'm construct a port to enable jettisoning resources. An engineering officer, 2,000 tons of water, 50 tons of cobalt, 50 tons of silicates, 50 tons of iron. Station modules. There's an energy battery, stores a moderate amount of excessive energy. A Hulk node, 14 attachment points allow you to attach any other node or structure. Okay, so it's an attachment point. Medium array node, expand your station with T1 structures. Medium hangar, build engineers, can house up to 3 engineers. Solar panel. This module captures sunlight to generate steady energy. Okay, so just power. Metal storage for refined materials. A mining laser, limited range. A pressurized reservoir that absorbs excess heat. Okay, so it's like a heat sink, basically. Small habitat for human colonists and a scanner to scan the environment. All right, well, I'm just gonna go with this. These portraits look awful. All of them. A prompt with a Photoshop filter on top. I'll go with that one.
Welcome, Commander.
Load your T2 metal storages with ore or refined metals and flag them for sale. Trade ships will arrive through the nearest planetary gate, secure the marked units, and haul them off-world. The value of the contents is tallied automatically, and credits are issued on pickup. Use Manage Storage option from the same menu to manage the contents of specific T2 storage modules. Okay. Well, I'm screwed. Ugh. I'm pretty sure it's possible to soft lock yourself in this game by using your resources inefficiently, so... So we got main menu, operations interface. Show or hide the star map. Toggle dev options for filling up storage, toggling God mode, etc. Okay. Toggle display of various overlays in the game's interface, navigation point, and the automation window in build mode. Okay, so I'm curious about build mode. Make stations and save stations as blueprints. Cool. Okay, we got plus 60 megawatts of power. Water reserves, we have 3 hours and 42 minutes. When they are depleted, you will start losing colonists. They'll freaking die. Your current heat signature displayed in thermal units. Higher heat signatures increase the chance of attracting adversaries. Okay. Velocity. 920 tons of mass. Toggle the energy grid on or off. This controls power distribution to various station modules. Angular dampeners. If you want a more direct control, disable this aid. It's like a flying aid. Linear dampeners. Okay, this is just for like manual flying. Counteracts unwanted rotation. So like if you turn all 3 of these off, you have full manual flying. Activate or deactivate scanning, providing information about nearby objects. Is that our heat sink? Yeah, it's our thermal dumper. Okay. Call it a dumper. Haulers empty. Enable haulers to automatically depart and pick up chunks of ore in the vicinity. If disabled, they will stay in the hangars or return home. Enable or disable construction engineers that will carry out repairs and new module constructions automatically. Do I want these?
Haulers offline. Constructors offline.
So I have to assume that that's probably AI voice also. It's probably safe to assume. Build or repair mode. Yeah, we'll leave build and repair offline. And then I'll just forget about it when I actually need it. Okay, then we take a quick look in yield key bindings. Okay, so obviously I knew W and S, but Q and E is moved down and up. No. No. Absolutely not. That's going to be a control. It is already bound to left control pressed default. What that mean? Delete selected objects is control plus D. Maybe that's what it is. Is there an X? There is. Make it, wait, what is this set to? What happens if I press control out here? Nothing yet. Okay, and then move up is going to be presumably I want spacebar, which is brake boosters? You can't rebind that for some reason. Spacebar is brake. We live in different worlds. You know what I mean? And you can't rebind those. Oof. Why have a key bindings page where some of the keys are not rebindable? Like, space to go up is normal in space games. Control to go down, like in Star Citizen. I believe Star Citizen uses a similar. And then Q and E for rotation. Instead of Shift Q and Shift E. No, oof. These are not good. This is inverse from every other space game I've ever played. It's basically Kerbal Space Program translation mode default. Yeah, but Kerbal is specifically a rocket from the perspective of you looking at it perpendicular to you. This is the control scheme of you looking from behind the engines, which you do in Kerbal, like maybe when you're in space, but normally you're caring about rotational translation when you're looking at it from the side. Not when you're like helming a ship. Go play X4. Go play Star Citizen. You know what I mean? That's the type of control scheme for piloting a ship in a sci-fi game like this. But yeah, just having an unbindable key is like putting me in an impasse already. I do not want to learn these controls because it's gonna mess up all my other games. I rebind my keys in most games I play. Yeah, I do too. That's the problem. I can't. I have a question for you, chat. What do you think the odds are that this music was designed by a person? Trust is negative. The trust is negative. This game is suspect. It is suspect. Yeah, it is. And I'm having trouble getting over it. Hang on. Let's take a look. We have a radio right here. Breathless by Seagrave. Is that made up? Is that made up? Seagrave artist. It's Dan Seagrave. Wait, Monster Cat. Hold up. I think Monster Cat's legit. Does Monster Cat have music that you can use in commercial projects? Seagrave is a producer who debuted on Silk Sofa with his song TikTok, not the app, which was released on January 2nd, 2014. Seagrave is the side project of Everlight. Everlight is an artist who debuted on Arrival Recordings with his song Rivigno, released on April 7th, 2014. Everlight produces chill out and down tempo under his side project Seagrave. I'm like 95% sure Monster Cat also does commercial projects. Yeah, I've used Monster Cat before. Like they're legit. But it's weird that I can't like find the songs. They're on the wiki for Monster Cat, and they're also like on Spotify. Anyway, all right. So I digress. So it seems like it's Monster Cat. Monster Cat's legit. I don't know how to do anything. I'm just gonna fly forward. I need to figure out how to scan.
Scanners online.
We need to be closer to a rock.
Scanners offline.
M-type asteroid. Let's try and angle toward that. I don't know how. I don't even know how to steer the ship with these controls. Okay, so I need to pitch forward. Shift plus S is pitch. No wonder people are having so much trouble with the controls, man. You gotta like exercise your pinky finger to pitch, roll, and yaw. You have to be holding shift the entire time. Do we have retro thrusters? Oh, I forgot that I have the assists on. And that's like wasting fuel to try to bring me to a stop. So rotational dampers are fine. The linear ones are the ones causing me to like come to a stop prematurely. So then we turn them back on to come to a stop. I didn't tell you to start mining, but I guess we're mining.
Scanners online. Mining offline. Weapons offline.
Let's scan the rock before we mine it. I'm about to explode from heat.
Scanners offline.
Your station's current heat load versus cooling capacity.
Scanners online.
These just kind of come out and retract whenever they want. I guess we're using power to scan, and so the solar panels come out to replenish the power. Do they want me to fly over there? I have no idea. Okay, so it's an M-type asteroid with 80 tons of iron, 2,720 tons of silicates.
Scanners offline.
And then, how do I check my metal storage? I've already got a bunch of iron and silicates, right? And they told me how to sell right at the beginning, and then I instantly forgot. Let me see if I can find where the, there's metal storage right there. So if I open this, we got disassemble scrap. We got no upgrades available. We got info. Okay. There's the scanner. There's the other metal storage. 50 cobalt in one. The other one is empty. Okay. Chatters who played this, how do I sell again? I know there's a couple of you. It was like the very first tutorial, but I didn't know if I was supposed to do it at that exact moment or wait, but it seems like our storage capacity is like too full. So this metal storage 27%. No, we've got room for more. All right, well, let's just get some practice in.
Mining online.
So I have a T1 assault laser up here. Did the size of the entire asteroid just shrink slightly?
Haulers online.
It's picking up rocks. But yeah, our big issue, I guess, is that we just have very little power. What the heck is this? How is this rock changing directions? Is it magnetized? You need a T2 metal storage and use the option on that module to sell the ores. Okay, well, let me look at the build menu then. Oh God. Enables the deposit and withdrawal of resources. Well, this is a T2 hangar, which is different. How do I move like a module? Well, it's fine. Because I assume if I wanted to, I could deconstruct. Break this module down into reusable building parts. Requires available parts storage on the station. Or break it down into base construction. I don't know if I have a base or a module part storage. So I'd probably have to break it down into reusable materials and go from there. Okay, well, let me look at this. How much do these cost? 35, 57, and 8 for a Hulk node. So metal storage, T2 metal storage should be pretty straightforward. Okay, well, I might soft lock myself, but we haven't done anything. So here's what I'm gonna try. We're gonna break down our engine. Wait, how do you build a new engine first? All right, maybe I don't have the technology to build an engine yet. I need to do research. I don't know how to research yet. Chat, how do you research? That's a T2 energy battery, not a thruster. Oh, you're right. Well, it's got this like glowing thruster looking bit in the back, so it looks like a thruster. Tab and research. Oh, tab, okay. Oh. This is a rough menu. So we got T2 radar, T2 scaffold, reinforced armor plating, T2 commander, T2 clef node, fuel optimization, reinforced armor plating, medium thruster. These are station modules. So this is mining equipment range into... Allows your station to deploy to an asteroid surface and begin quickly extracting ore. Energy meters. Officers and automation. Ay, ay, ay. Oko, thank you for the 25-month sub. I appreciate the over 2 years. What have I gotten myself into today? What the hell have I gotten myself into today? Okay, pause this for a minute. Actually, is there... I can't... I think we are still just kind of chilling here. There's no reason to pause it because they're just mining different things. Oh, we need to refine these too. Because these are just chunks. So is this stuff we're getting isn't even usable yet? It's supposed to be an all-arounder. Do we have the capacity to refine on this ship? Or do I have to take it somewhere to refine? Or is it possible to build one? Probably be under industry. T1 refinery slowly refines iron, silicate, and ice ore. So we got a T1 refinery researched apparently, but I don't... Do you have to build it into a station, or can it go into a ship? That I don't know. Also, there's going to be an ad starting right now. Already. It's been an hour. It's only been an hour. And do you want an actual answer to the question? Yes! You dingus? Obviously I want an answer to the question on the obscure mining game with AI generated tutorials. It can go on ship. It takes 2 T1 spots, which are the little corners on the Hulk balls. Okay, these guys. So I need to maybe make another Hulk ball, because these are all full. All right, while the ad is playing, I need to clear my head and figure out my plan. feels like a eugenic situation. Different, but somehow similar. Different, but somehow similar. The game is super slow paced, so I won't be surprised if there's a pivot at some point. Oh yeah, I famously hate slow paced games. That's the issue. Can't stand games unless they are action and adrenaline all the time. I'm on 5 times fast forward speed for most of my games. Why is this being hated on already? I'm just trying to decide whether it's worth continuing to stream a game and possibly enticing people to support AI-generated video games. So it's kind of a morals issue, I guess. Where, I don't know, it's not even like a more, that's kind of oversimplifying it. It's, for me, it's how it's, how do I describe this in a way that chat will understand? There are certain people archetypes that using context clues you can tell what type of developer they are. They didn't even have the AI disclaimer until yesterday. Well, the thing is, they don't need one because I could tell immediately. So it was just, you know, like, it was obvious from the get-go. And I think it's just when it's that in your face, that's when it... Because I do think that there's room for a little bit of nuance. I'm not like a 100%. But the first thing that I thought was weird before I even knew to try to paint a different picture, that I thought was weird before I even knew about all that, was that when I was looking at the graphic options before stream, I was trying to figure out why the early access game cared so much about DirectX 12, because the first thing that happened when I opened the game was they said, your computer's capable of DirectX 12. Would you like to restart with DirectX 12 settings? I was like, oh, okay. And then it had screen space, global illumination, full ray tracing, and DLAA support in like the first launch of an early access game. And when you couple that with all the AI usage in the tutorial, I get kind of a tech bro picture in my brain. Who's always cares most about trying to be like the cutting edge of technology. Does that make sense? Or do I sound like a crazy person? It makes sense and you're crazy. That's fair. Hello, the only bear shark. Thank you for 132 freaking months, dude. Appreciate the many, many months of sub. That's a heck of a lot of months. But like I said before, there are like a couple games in which I think AI is like an interesting component of the game. Like Arc Raiders. I thought Arc Raiders was interesting because it's like, if you're not familiar, in Arc Raiders, they made it where the enemies were supposed to be AI. That's their like actual, Your enemy in the game is artificial intelligence, and the enemies themselves use generative AI to inform their behavior in the game. So like, if you shoot at an enemy who's flying around and they can't see you to hit you, they will learn a new position to get into the room with you in order to be able to shoot you, like that kind of thing. And I thought that was really interesting. So I'm not trying to sound like a hypocrite here, because I do like some games that have some AI in them like that. But it's kind of how it's implemented. And most of the time it's implemented in a way that I disagree with. 98.5% of the time. But also when I feel like when certain corners are cut for AI, it informs the rest of that game's feel for how it feels to play. Like if you're using it as a way to take a shortcut, then I can feel that shortcut, and so that it feels like the game itself becomes a shortcut. So sometimes one thing begets the other. Like the kind of person who will generate a bunch of AI portraits to avoid having... First of all, you don't even need portraits in this game. You don't need it at all. But the kind of person that would be like, well, I can't like get these done by an artist. I'm just gonna take a shortcut here. Okay, I can't like get someone to write the tutorial for me in English. I'm just gonna use AI there. The type of person who kind of like takes those shortcuts in those elements begets a game with that level of attention to detail or lack thereof. Like one thing leads to another. I don't want to be that guy, but isn't Arc Raiders enemy AI machine learning rather than generative AI? Okay, maybe. I don't know. It has AI in some form. They also were using AI voices, and I think they changed that to voice actors, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the same thing? Dude, IDK. I'm bowing out of that one. Good point. Yeah, that's just something that I've noticed, Snide, and it's just my personal opinion, but like when shortcuts are taken and AI is used to fill those shortcut voids, then that is in a microcosm of usually the rest of the game dev. That's just my opinion. Especially during early access, it's crazy. Like, look at Slay the Spire 2. Half the stuff in the unlocks is more or less MS Paint stuff that has a disclaimer. That's why usually, like, I'm making an assumption of like a tech bro persona, and a tech bro persona isn't doing it in order to fill a void. They're doing it because they think it's cool. You're putting in like DLAA ray tracing because you think it's cool. You're putting in like AI portraits because you think they look cool. You're putting in the AI text because you think it's cool that it can like write that for you. You know what I mean? You're not really doing it to fill a need that you're incapable of filling yourself. It's usually like the tech bro persona does it because they think it's really cool. So I'm also just not sure, like, disregarding all of that, at a basic level, I'm not sure that having a full space sim about mining rocks and having the mining process just simply shrink the rock over time is good enough. What have I walked in on? Avik, cover your ears and cover your eyes. Turn around, all ye who enter this forbidden, cursed place. Basically, I started the tutorial for this game without knowing anything, immediately thought, huh, this all seems like a bunch of AI. And then went onto their store page and saw that it is indeed a bunch of AI. So I kind of got my, like, bad taste in my mouth right from the beginning, from the outset. So I'm having trouble getting over it because on top of that, there's just some, I don't know, it's just that informed a lot of it. That's like most of it, I guess. So that's pretty much it. But yeah, even disregarding all that, like I said, I'm not sure that a game about mining asteroids, just having the asteroids slowly shrink over time is like good. I would rather different little, see how you can like highlight different chunks? I would rather different chunks break off of it into little rocks or something. And then you have to like gather up those rocks. Wait, it's got AI on the store. I was having a strong AI vibe when I was playing it on Wednesday, but I checked and double checked and there was nothing on the store for it at the time. So figured I was just internet brain rotted. Nope. They added it yesterday, apparently. So that'd be why you didn't see it in between when you played and when I'm playing now. They would have left it off if it wasn't so obvious. A lot of people do. And unfortunately, the burden is on the developer to prove their innocence in this day and age. It just is. Nobody else can get into their computer files and prove it from the source. The burden of proof is on the people who make it now, sadly. You have to prove your innocence in the court of Steam law. They added the text part yesterday. The portrait emission was there when I bought it on day one. But anyway, yeah, this is this for the if you join late, this is what it says now. It says some NPC portraits. What do you mean some? Hold up. Some chat, tell me if you can find the portrait that's not AI. This one, top left. Hang on, let's make this bigger for you so you can see it. This one. That one. That one. Maybe that one. Perhaps this one. Maybe that one. Perhaps the mustache man. That one's blurrier. That's pretty well. And then it came into focus. These are almost identical. They have to have been taken from the same prompt source. What are the AI tells everyone can see? It's called looking at it. I mean, the tells are if you look at the internet often, for many hours a day, every day of your entire life since the internet was invented, you can tell. If you just fell off the turnip wagon yesterday and just figured out how to connect your Verizon hotspot to your MacBook, then you may not be able to tell. I don't know why I picked MacBook there. I'm sorry. I meant to say, I was trying to think of a work laptop, but I couldn't think of Lenovo or whatever. Or the old green man. Do you think it's possible that like one of these was commissioned and they just used it to feed into a prompt to make a bunch of other ones, and so they could say the word some? This is really the only one that looks visually different from an art style perspective. Something about the like helmet actually looks like it was drawn. This one would fool me. The face looks AI generated, but the mask looks hand drawn. So if that one's fully AI generated, then it could like 50% of it could fool me. Because the mask has more of like a almost pixel art texture to it. But anyway, so I don't know which of those would be not AI. Then you've got, oh wait, I misread it. Some these are not NPC portraits, those are player character face options. Generative AI was also used to help generate some informational dialogue, help text, and tooltips. But they were all reviewed, curated, and edited by our team. Curated. It's a good word. It's a good PR word. How is the blurry one curated or edited? Some and all are not mutually exclusive. I feel like they are in my brain. I don't know about the actual definition, but oh. Well, is the game good though? I don't know. Kinda don't care at this point. Kinda just don't care. I can't talk myself into caring, so that's gonna be a refund from me, Chief. So sad. If it were just done in a more tasteful way, it just lacks all taste. And I assume that because it wasn't disclosed at the beginning, that there's a partial disclosure happening in the text. Like, it seems like there's even more than is being... It seems like the disclosure is cagey. And that's what really gets me. Like, if there was like an earnest... Like, okay guys, I'm a solo dev. I'm 21 years old and I've been working on this game for 3 years and I'm just doing everything I can to put this out here. I know that I've got some weird placeholder stuff here. I'm gonna change it. Like, if there was actually like a intent, there's no intent to even, they don't say temporary. Did you notice it doesn't say temporary? That's the kicker, I think. Like, most early access games that care about that would say placeholder or temporary. That's what gets me. If there was a little intent to do something different or better, then I'd be like, okay, I might be able to get over that and just try and play the rest of the game. To be honest, I played 8 hours. The mining and fighting gameplay is not engaging, but scavenging and building is fun. Mining is not engaging. There was no need for portraits and dialogue is really shallow. No need for AI in both cases. Yeah, well, here's the other thing, right? There's a campaign. Hang on. I'm going back in. There's a campaign in this game. It just occurred to me, if the tutorial's AI generated, is the campaign also? The whole campaign?
In the year 2148, deep space satellites discovered an unstable wormhole orbiting Jupiter. Humanity's greatest minds theorized it led to a new star system, and a gate was constructed to harness its awesome power. An age of rapid expansion soon followed as humanity laid claim to the stars. But human greed and malice do not rest. The exotic resource Eonite is what allows safe travel through the gate network, protecting spacecraft from the wormhole's deadly radiation. War soon broke out to control it, and ended just as quickly, leaving a dead colony world as a monument to our folly. A fragile peace now exists between the factions of humanity, but few believe it will last. Earth's navy continues to grow.
Okay, my completely
fight an endless shadow war over scattered
baseless
deposits of Eonite.
guess, which I have no information to support other than my own experience, is that this is an AI voice that they made with their own voice.
Quantum-linked gates
Because I heard
that newly discovered
plosives.
anomalies. A network that may reshape the cosmos. Across the dark void.
Like the P plosive is like a P sound, like it sounds like a p, 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 like I heard a microphone plosive.
Mercenaries, miners, and scavengers, united by greed, ambition, and the promise of power. They are
But it's
known
too
as
deep.
commanders
It's like
for
I
their
can hear like a
immense
person's voice who's younger than mine, but then they have like they have this deep. I can't even do it.
Part of this great endeavor.
It sounds like someone whose voice is about my pitch, but like has the ability to somehow tap into a reservoir of bass. I can't hate this voice without hating E-March. Look, I've used a bunch of AI in the past. Okay, we had full ChatGPT streams. All right, so we don't do that anymore. But they did exist. That was also like over 2 years ago. But I did, listen, I made my own AI voices with my voice. I've been there. I don't think that that is an inherently bad thing if it didn't sound like dog shit. That's pretty much the catch. I also wasn't making a video game. I wasn't selling content on Steam either. I wore my Algaradalada shirt a few days ago. Now that was an artist made that, okay? Ashley Lang made that. What were you making? I was doing a subathon, and I made my own AI voice with my voice. I just did like a silly voice and turned it into a weird voice that would read ChatGPT. And so anytime somebody would sub, it would respond with my AI voice, like a sub notification. Yes, but the Algaradalada phrase was AI? Nope, that was me. I'm just that funny. I told it to say that. Ashley made it? Yeah, Ashley made the Algaradalada shirt.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, chat, let's see. Is this ChatGPT? Welcome, miner, to Reclamation 9 Mining Co., the hardest, dirtiest, and most profitable outpost this side of the cosmos. Out here, there's no corporate polish, just metal, dust, and risk. The work is brutal, and the pay is worth it. Mine the belts, haul the ore, fend off pirates, and keep your rig intact. Watch your water levels, watch your hull, and remember, One mishap and you're vapor. Play it smart, fill your holds, and maybe you'll earn your ticket off this rock. Maybe.
Welcome, Commander.
Immediate, I mean, there were a bunch of M dashes and also semicolons. Thought you could slack on the job? Nah, don't give me excuses. I pay you to work, not laze about. Well, obviously. What, you need a systems check before you start? Okay, here's what it actually is. It's, they're from Slovenia, right? So it's probably like Slovenian put through ChatGPT into English. That would actually be my assumption. Because it reminds me of when I play like Metro and other Slavic. Like Stalker and stuff. Anyway. Ugh. I just wanted to hear the initial cutscene. And see. Well, this is going to be one of those days. One of those days. Translation would make more sense. Yeah, I think it's like a translation. Kind of a nightmare day, actually. Bit of a nightmare day. I hate days like this. This is why procrastinators always win, because I almost just didn't stream today. And now I have regrets about not just choosing to not stream today. Happy Friday! Happy Friday, everyone. Because like I have another game that I haven't played before that I want to play, but I want to start it with a clean slate, clean brain, fresh, and not already sort of tilted, as it were. Apologies to those I've disappointed. But I didn't know. I didn't know. I need to go ahead. I'm going to put in for my refund right now, actually. Help. Steam. Help. It's not what I expected. It's not what I expected. Did not know there was Gen AI used in development until I got... Well, let's just... I don't need to say that. I'm just gonna send it off. No big deal. It is what it is. Well, it's just disappointing because, like, the genre of games that I like are cursed. I'm finding. The type of people who make the types of games that I really like, strategy, 4X, simulation, that kind of game, are also the people most predisposed toward jumping in on the AI hype train. I think that there's like a genuinely large Venn diagram crossover. because it's such like a niche tech driven, like the kind of person who's crazy enough to make a whole game about spreadsheets is also, their brain has the right mold to be interested in what they perceive to be like the cutting edge of technology. There's a disclosure on their page. Yes, we've looked at it twice, HK Joe. It was just put in yesterday, which is not when the game released. That was the day before. Bit late. Yeah, you're a bit late. I feel called out as I slowly slide my degree in natural and artificial intelligence back into the drawer, lock it, and hide the key. You did it? No, Avic. We don't blame you. But also, I don't think it's... If you guys enjoy the game, I don't think that that's a bad thing either. I don't think you're, like, morally reprehensible for playing it. For me, I just can't get over it since it permeates the experience right from the start. Like, the second I loaded in, I was like, oh, there's a bunch of AI stuff, huh? Let me go look at the Steam page to confirm, and I did. So... if it wasn't quite so in my face, then I wouldn't. I might be able to just get over it. The asteroid just shrinking like that also is just a really bad first impression. Yeah, your whole game is based on mining asteroids and building stuff. You gotta make the mining asteroid bit cool. Rings of Saturn comes to mind. Rings of Saturn was really fun. And it has good mining. It's interesting. Just out of curiosity, is the issue that they used AI or that it's in your face? Both? But I'm not going to pretend to be a perfect champion of... like, if I play a game that has some AI, I'm not going to, like... necessarily lose sleep over it, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to be like a hypocrite here. I've played a couple games that had AI before. So I don't take like a fully, if there's one sniff of AI, I'm done. Like, I don't necessarily have that opinion. I'm like 97%. So it's kind of both. Because it wouldn't be in my face if it wasn't in the game. There's a small threshold that I have. Let's put it like that. There's a small threshold that doesn't take much to cross, but there needs to be a good reason to have used it. And in that case, there's no reason. It's just, it seems like because they thought it was cool. Nowadays, about 80% of code is AI generated. Did you know that 75% of statistics are made up? Thank you, Chemo, for the 40 months of sub. We're making a Dune 40K game using the thinking machine. Thank you for 40 months of sub. How's it going? But yeah, it's a... I think it's a discussion that does need a little bit of nuance, but I think that when your game has no nuance, that's when it's the most easily identifiable problem. Like I said, if there were a situation where there was like a dev who's making their like first, they don't have any track record of making game before, it's like this dev's first game. If on the page it was like We're using a couple assets. We don't want to. We intend to replace these. Da 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 da. Whatever. Then I'm like, okay, I understand that. But when there's not even a need for it to be in the game, B, intent to do it better, C, recognition that there might even be an issue, then I can't really get over it mentally. Hey, cool shirt. I have one just like it. This one's kind of messed up. This one's been through the wash a few too many times. But also, it's just like, I don't think there's a... There is a question to be asked, which is, if AI gets good enough where you really can't tell the art or the writing, then what? You know, like, it's easier right now because I can tell most of the time. I'm sure I get fooled like anybody else, but it was an immediate and visceral reaction from me. We need human watermarks. Navik says, I have and still do play some games with AI. The AI itself isn't as much of an issue to me as is my sense of how avoidable it was. If I judge even single dev ops by the harshest standards, it just feels like I'm rewarding the megacorps who've almost certainly using it and don't care. Effectively, they got to benefit from the tech, then pull the ladder up. I can understand that to a degree, but also, again, I think it just varies on a case-by-case basis. I haven't played any game that uses, like, AI and is proud of it, besides Arc Raiders, that I thought this was well implemented. So to me, AI being good in a game is the exception and not the norm. And I don't think I've played the only AAA, like, expensive game that I've played recently that had some AI in it was Crimson Desert. And even them, for all the millions that they've made, said, you know what? We're going to go back and change the art. You called it out. We're going to change it. And in that kind of case, it's almost easier for me to believe that it sneaks through the cracks. Because in those types of companies, Pearl Abyss has 1,200 employees. It'd only take a couple who think AI is cool and use it for their job. And I could understand that the rest of the people in their department don't even know that that asset got put in the game. You know what I mean? It's easier for me to believe that from a giant company than from a tiny company that just has a couple people. You think it's sneaking through the cracks in a huge company? Hell yeah. You think all 1,200 people who work there, even if 600 of them are just active devs, are having each of their assets that they put in the game fact-checked every time they add one side painting that goes into a castle hallway? No shot. Or all it takes is one tiny department in that huge corp to be using it and nobody else is. That's way easier to believe than we have 3 people that work at our company and we did this on purpose. Which is what, you know, like, how many people work for Starminer? Absolutely. AI debates devolve because there are 3 or 4 basically totally unrelated reasons to dislike seeing Gen AI in a video game, but people rarely specify which one and talk past each other. Yeah, that's fair. But there's also like disclosure. And based on your disclosure, I can tell your opinion on it. Because like the chatter, that's like, so you get harsh on 4 Slovakian boys, but an American 50 people company that makes Arc Raiders. First of all, okay, there's a few things here. There's a lot of assumptions being made. Number 1, Embark Studios has close to 400 employees, so it's not 50 people. Number 2, they did it on purpose, and that was their stated goal. It's a game in which AI is the enemy, so they made the enemy units use AI to fight you. Then they had AI voices that they said, okay, we're going back and redoing all the AI voices with human voices. Intent to change the things that they can change that make sense to change. There is none in this game. It's just a statement, hey, we did this. Because we wanted to, ostensibly. But they didn't even reveal that until after the game was already on sale for the first day and people called it out. So it didn't even get a disclosure on the first day, whereas something like Arc Raiders, people knew that for months going in. Because it was an artistic intent. So it's very different. I'm not even suggesting that it slipped through Arc Raiders. It's a it's a design philosophy for something like that. Something like Crimson Desert, I'm implying it probably slipped through. In fact, they're not the only ones. Your favorite game of the year, Expedition 33, had some AI art in it that people found, and they went back and changed it because it slipped through the cracks. Baldur's Gate 3, I believe, used a little bit of AI. All right, it's in a bunch of shit in tiny doses. So yeah, it slips through the cracks all the time. It's not that there's some higher up in those companies that was like, we're doing that, don't tell anyone. But we're only gonna do it for this one hallway with these side paintings that you walk by once. Like laughing nefariously. I just don't understand the disclosures that are like, we used AI only for these tiny unnecessary things and we checked and edited and validated and touched up literally all of it. Like if it was so much work to clean up, why use it at all? And if it was so much work, why should I believe that's all you did? That's a good point. I work at a company. I love laughing nefariously walking down the hallway. You're probably a director. I use it at my work like 2 to 3 times a week, but not like I report it to my higher ups. Lots of AI goes unreported. Mods, get that chatter. Take him away. AI discussions are exhausting. I feel like I have one foot in the casual gamer sphere and the other in the academia sphere, and they're moving further apart by the second, and at some point I have a very difficult decision to make. For me, it's totally vibes based. I'm not like a politician over here, you know what I mean? For me, I open it up. If it makes me feel weird, I turn it off. That's pretty much it. It's like I am in, if you've seen Severance, my whole life is just them at the computer inside the office where it's like, these are the scary numbers and I put those in the trash. And then these are the good numbers, you know, like that's all I can tell you. I look at it and it's either a scary number or it's a good number. That's pretty much it. And that's based on some kind of funky morals that are down under the surface, but I can only tell you how I feel at the end of the day. It doesn't all have a 30 paragraph itemized, readable, searchable index. You know what I mean? It's also a slippery slope. It can be a slippery slope, yeah. I just got here. Was the mining game bad or just a break? It was too much AI for me. And the rest of the juice didn't seem worth the squeeze. Elder God, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate the sub. But yeah, I'm not looking for like brownie points approval from chatters. I don't do this to try and get good boy points from chat. It actually tears me up because I'm like, damn, I was gonna play that all day today and now I got nothing I want to do. So I get the inverse reaction. I have just been made like this, for good or bad. But yeah, I think it just comes down to design intent. And also, for me, it is a microcosm where, like, I know I've already thrown these devs under the bus a lot, and I don't feel great about that, but also it's what's in front of me. When I play a game and I go, not only does this look and sound terrible, talking about like the portraits and the tutorial dialogue, but then I find out you did it on purpose and possibly have no intent to ever do it again, like better. That's like, I'm already setting expectations for the rest of the game based on that. Because it's like, you did this because you thought it looked and sounded good, which makes me call into question all of your design capabilities front to back from the beginning. Like, at least if it looked amazing and like better than what you could do otherwise, and it sounded better, and you were using like insane prose that harkened back to like the true greats of famous authors or something, then I'd be like, oh wow, this is actually kind of, I hate that I like this. But there's no like, I hate that I like it. It's just like a, ugh. Why are we even doing this? Have you seen the new C-Beams trailer? It's not out, but it seems up your alley. I'll take a look. Let us take a look. I am now a just chatting streamer. Again, we're back. Hooded horse? Mining in space? Have I seen this? I don't know. Pilot your ship in frontier space. I like the 2D perspective. It reminds me of one of my favorite nostalgia games, Gravball, from Sony Online way back in the day. Holy. Okay. Okay. Close quarters combat. Bird. How do they decide if shots miss vertically in this? This is like skirt. Like all of these ships are just like drifting, man. I assume you can run into these asteroids and they just break apart with concentrated fire. That looks sick as hell. I assume you can move the camera so you can like set your target and whatnot. Ah, who drew that? Who wrote this? Enhance. Hello? Why is the video player's broken? It's blurry? Steam, please. No, it's just a flashbang. Coming soon. You know what? Every Hooded Horse game says coming soon, but I know what it really means. Coming soon relative to the heat death of the universe is what it really means. This game looks really, really crisp, yeah. That's going on the wish list. That one's going on the wish list for sure. 5 years of early access. But yeah, it looks good. It sounds good. I like this little scooping up resources and the side doors. I did see that Nebulous Fleet Command was getting, it just got something, right? What did it just get? Oh, a campaign. Shake my head, shake my head. Can an angel investor just give me some millions of dollars so I can make my own space sandbox game with an actual dev team? Okay. Please? I'll make a real sandbox game. Like a real proper sandbox game. We won't spend any, I personally guarantee 0% of our budget will be spent on a campaign. How many millions do you need? I'm listening. All right, so you just put anywhere between $5 and $10 million into an account, and I will not take any of it out of the account until I present the dev team with a full plan. Okay, we'll leave it in like a what do you call that kind of account? Angel investors parentheses AI escrow. Yeah, like an escrow account. We won't touch it until we're actually ready to sit down, start getting it done. Okay, I'll be the project manager. I'm gonna be looking over everybody's shoulders. We're gonna have listen, we'll do space or light fantasy setting depending on what the investor wants. Okay, whichever. I could do either one, because if you do space, Then you have the cool, like, hauling, mining, building spaceships, making a little fleet, perhaps putting a space station over there kind of gameplay. And if you do like a light fantasy, you kind of go into Battle Brothers territory where you can have like the sandbox simulation of having, starting with just you with like a little wooden pack, and you walk around and you have to do trades, and then you upgrade to getting like a donkey or something like that, and then a little cart, and you can like trade on the cart, and then you get like a wagon and like a horse-drawn carriage and like this nice upgrade structure, and then you can start sending out other traders and creating dynamic trade routes between different areas and be attacked by bandits on the road. Like you could go either way on that one. Ad starting soon as well. By the way, it's been 2 hours. Why not both? Donkeys in space? That sounds like something that the devs of the stupid, what's the ragdoll game? Goat Sim. I love how I'm like, what's the ragdoll game? Goat Sim. Yeah, it sounds like a Goat Sim sequel. Just instantly guessed it. Did not take you any time at all. Alex, you can do it. Just start as a solo dev. It'll exist in 10 to 20 years. I don't know if that's long enough, Skullhead. Look at Project Zomboid and Star Sector. We might need more. Might need more years than that. Can my pirate fleet blockade the economy of a small planet by taking out the trade ships? You got to be able to be a space pirate, for sure. And we're going to have a dynamic economy where the different places that receive trade goods or have their trade goods hampered add and remove services based on the resources that they're being supplied with, or fall into a state of anarchy based on how deprived they are of those resources. Player-driven economy. Sold. I got $5 to invest. Done. You got to start somewhere. Start with $5. Kickstarter, anyone? All I need to do is find all the artists, all the coders, and make them do all the work. So it's easy. Just like every other content creator turned game designer. Okay, so it's no different from them. The only difference is I have better ideas than them. So therefore, mine would be more successful. It's that simple. My man is trying to recreate EVE Online. I mean, I would try to make a good game. So that makes it a little different. And not a game beholden to people buying and selling leadership positions in big corps. The problem with EVE is that it's multiplayer. Put that on the back of the tin. No, but the reason why a game like that could never be what I want to make is because the only people who are left playing EVE are the die-hard multiplayer versus gamers. And we all know that multiplayer versus gamers ruin every game that they touch. The majority of us don't want hyper-competitive PvP in every one of our sandbox games. Okay, that's why Starbase failed. For example. That's why so many MMOs have failed, because they're like, the PvP crowd is the most vocal. They will ruin the game. I want to play Battlestar Galactica online offline. Oh yeah, Foxhole. Another game that would be amazing if it were a single player game, but is ruined by the extent of it being multiplayer. I know I'm being facetious a little bit here. I understand it couldn't exist otherwise, but imagine a logistics-based World War II game that was just single player and didn't have to worry about how much the devs love the Wardens and they hate the Colonials. Everything sucks. No one wants to play anymore because we put planes in the game. And they're all quitting in droves because we don't allow AI. I mean, okay, not AI. We don't allow computer-controlled anti-air defense for some reason. I haven't gone back to Foxhole actually since the air. I didn't even try once the airplanes were brought in because I could see from the previews that it was going to be stupidly annoying because I was making like solo factories in Foxhole and having fun, doing a little bit of supplies for my front, having a good old time, and then they're like, by the way, a bunch of dumbass planes are gonna be able to just fly around and shoot you while you're doing that. And I'm like, well, I don't want to play anymore. That's all they're gonna do. I'm just gonna be back there like trying to do my little job, and I'm gonna be harassed by like 5 separate planes. So why bother? As a Logi player, airplanes are so toxic, I just get dive bombed all the time. Yeah, it's just... competitive toxic PvP is... all it is we're letting this player have more fun than you on purpose. What? Why? If I stop playing, then they don't have anyone to kill, which means they stop having fun, which means everybody quits and no one has fun. You know what I mean? Like all those toxic PvP, like pirating in Eve and everything is based on someone at the bottom of the food chain just getting picked on until they quit. And then the person above them cascades into like, well, there's nothing for me to do now because I can't boss a bunch of people around and be a little bitch. So now I'm going to quit. And then it just keeps cascading up the chain. Fun is a zero-sum game. I'm having flashbacks of working on Ultima Online. We spent over half our time dealing with stuff related to 10% of the player base, PvPers. Also, I guess I could get chat in here. There you are. Isometric no pause cover-based squad RTS where your POV is a drone pilot. What are you talking about? First of all, you lost me at no pause squad RTS. That's too stressful. I need a pause. Especially if you want detail-oriented positioning gameplay. You have to add a pause or no deal. And no, a slow-mo mode where everything is technically unpaused but going at 50% speed isn't good enough. Sounds like you're designing a multiplayer game with the no pause, but masquerading as a single-player game. The real pause, one where you can give orders and stuff. Look, my actual first game is just going to be a remake of the classic lemonade stand. That's what I've always wanted to do. I want to make my own lemonade stand. Except you start with just the absolute basics, even more basic than lemonade stand. And you have to go like walk through the town and get the supplies or like earn the supplies to be able to make your first lemonade. And then you end up as an empire. Like you have to go through every step in between, logistics and all. You gotta be calling in the trucks with the supplies and resources. You gotta hire the people who are going to work and make the lemonade. You've gotta build the factories. You gotta do everything. This is Lawnmower Sim. Everything is a sim. They all go from the same place. You just gotta choose one of the themes and then do it completely from start to finish, and it's gonna be a hit indie game. I just need angel investors. Chat, please. Give me some of your billions. Statistically speaking, there are 0 billionaires in my chat right now, so I just need one of them, one of you guys, become really rich and then remember me and just give me like 1% and I'll give it back. Or if I can't give it back, I will go into debt and then you can choose what games I stream until I've earned the money back. And I'll just be your personal streamer. You can be the only person in chat and I'm just gonna like respond to every chat message that you make. Best I can do is a Prime sub for a 1% stake. Hello, sharks. Today, I got an idea for a new video game that's going to take the world of gaming by storm. No, you can't play it on your phones. No, it doesn't use virtual reality. And no, it doesn't use AI. Oh, okay, the door's over there. Mousetrap, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate the Prime sub. BSA Dog as well with the brand new Prime. You guys are funding the next big game. Not a live service? No subscription fees? Thank you, Chillin' as well, who says, sign me up, I can give this sub. I'm rich. I've got everything I need now. War of the Worlds also gifted a sub to Gavoon. Thank you for the gift sub to Gavoon. Just Mojo says hi. Hello, Just Mojo. What about a battle pass? Okay, I could do a battle pass. I would make a battle pass actually good, though. I've been playing Diablo 4, and their battle pass sucks. I'm not even going to finish it. I played a bunch of Diablo 4 this season, and I'm not going to finish the battle pass. And it's like, dude, I already paid for this content. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be that difficult to obtain the cosmetics that you already paid for. So I'm not going to buy the next one unless I have like a free token for it that I don't have to like actually pay out of pocket. I have the token, I may as well spend it, but otherwise it's supposed to be just a fun little thing that you kind of naturally unlock from casual play so that you're enticed to keep buying them every month. Not the inverse is what's happening. You didn't use the right keywords. The AI pre-filter auto-rejected your pitch. Gotta work on my search engine optimization. Anyway, the reason why all this got started was just because I was looking at another space game, Nebulous Fleet Command, which is a cool game. Like, it was a fun, interesting game. It's just instead of making a sandbox, they made a single-player campaign with 16 missions. The sandbox is probably too complicated. And there's so many games that can't tell that their gameplay is better for a sandbox, but they choose to put all the work in on making a story that the people who are interested in the game for the gameplay aren't going to care about. And I'm projecting my opinion equals everyone else's opinion, obviously. That's classic sim development. Yeah, every game that makes a cool, like any kind of simulation, it's like, you know what, sandbox? That doesn't sound fun. Writing a story is something I've always wanted to do. Let me get that down instead. So that you can, even if you like it, like let's say that you really like it, you're only gonna play it once. Right? So I just don't understand why spend all the work on something that every player is only going to play once, instead of something that can keep being played. When it's a simulation game. Sandbox is hard. I just don't think a sandbox is as hard as making a full voice-acted story campaign with multiple missions where you have to now write the missions and try to make them exciting and bombastic and different from each other. But I guess some games it might be an engine limitation. The Guild 2 got patched? Did the Guild 2 get patched? I haven't even played the Guild. Who said that? Was it on the screen? I guess they're Homeworld. They might be Homeworld fans. The thing is, Homeworld is one of those interesting sci-fi games that is sort of popular in that people remember it fondly, but I don't think that it like sells that well nowadays. I feel like most people, like for me, I remember it well, but I don't actively participate in buying the new ones. And I assume that there are many people in the same boat as me. I thought Homeworld Remasters sold well. Well, Homeworld. Let's see, it's Steam stats. All right. Homeworld Remastered, wait, which Homeworld Remastered? Because Remastered Collection's from like 2015. What's the most recent one? The problem is there's too many. There's Homeworld, Homeworld Remastered Collection, Homeworld Deserts of Karak, Homeworld 3, Homeworld Vast Reaches, Homeworld Defense, which might be a different game genre. Homeworld 3 is the most recent. Okay, so here's Homeworld 3. Max all-time players 9,153. And then literally 1 week later, 761 players. All time. Then if we go... Homeworld Remastered is old, right? Yeah, this is 2015. So it had 17,000. So we had more concurrent players for Homeworld Remastered. There was a little more hype back then. But even then, right, this is the campaign game problem right here is boop, and then never again. Not even a little spike in the middle. And then we've got Deserts of Karak. Some sales here, peaked at 7,300 players. I don't think 73 to 9,000 players is like a huge game release. Like Homeworld 3 had like 9,000 players. But then you never reach that high again. You get that high on launch and then it instantly drops off. Because this is what happens. Players either A, finish the campaign, or do a couple missions and then never play it again. Because they just were riding the hype of the nostalgia of something like Homeworld. and then play a few missions and then go, well, that was fun. And then go back to leveling in World of Warcraft or gathering resources in whatever their MMO of choice is. For some games it's fine. Yeah, like I just played 007, which I'm not going to be playing a whole bunch of. But I think what I'm trying to get at is some games I want that experience out of, and Space RTS is not that. And also this is RTS. I'm talking more like the 4X games that have potential to become full space simulations, which Homeworld is not a full space sim. Seem to be cribbing off of the nostalgia of Homeworld more than they should, instead of making an actual sandbox game. Like, let's take a look at some sandbox games. Let's just use Battle Brothers as a random apples to oranges example. Battle Brothers only has an all-time peak of 8,000. That's similar to Homeworld, but look at how much more consistent the numbers are over a longer period of time. I'm curious where Kenshi... Oh, wrong button. Curious where Kenshi is on this. Dedicated! That is a dedicated fan base. But this is what I'm talking about right here, right? When you make like a big sandbox game, you end up with consistent player base. When you end up with a consistent player base, you end up with higher positioning on the Steam store. When you end up in a higher position on the Steam store, you sell more copies. Not saying, what are you, Kenshi also has dedicated Steam mods, thus creating replayability. Let me ask you this, Spencer. Does anybody bother making Steam mods for campaign games? No. They make mods for sandbox games because you're going to keep going back and playing the sandbox game. So it's a chicken or egg scenario. You don't make a bunch of mods for a game you only play once and never play again. What's another one? We can't do RimWorld. That's at the top of its game. What's another? I mean, X4 is also worth looking at because it is a sandbox game, even though it has a heavy emphasis on story. And they've got 15K peak right at launch and have had steady growth since then with spikes for each expansion. But then, right around here, people got tired. And the floor is coming up, but the ceiling is going down. So the people who are dedicated have kind of like locked in, but maybe new players or returning players like myself have stopped coming back. The expansions just stopped adding to the sandbox. That's true. What was 2023? Which expansion was April 23? The water people? That's when I kind of got into it. The Boron? Because the Boron was like a whole faction, new ships, the whole area of space. They're doing reworks at the moment, I believe. If by reworks you mean rearranging chairs on the Titanic, then yeah. Can you look at Age of Wonders 4? It's not great. it's not great. 43,000 almost to 4,500. Big fall off. Huge fall off. Project Zomboid. Sandbox game. I mean, Project Zomboid is a popular one. This is me all the way back here, man. That's me. I'm in there. Even before it was on this chart. I was in there in 2011. But yeah, this is highly consistent. When you get a big, replayable, hundreds of hours of content, single-player sandbox. But you want people to keep, because the more you can keep people playing your game over time, the more they keep talking about it. You just get free advertising. I think that there's this huge untapped market for sandbox games that people just either don't want to make or don't know how to make. You get free people just talking it up all the time. You get free content creators playing it all the time because you get hundreds of hours out of it. You don't have to have a live service model. Yeah, you just keep making the sandbox bigger. There's mods. There's a bunch. The mod community forms around it. That's a you build it, they will come type of situation. The Zomboid has Gmod energy. Valheim, there's no one playing Valheim right now. $502,000. Cha-ching! Here's a cosmetic chair. No, they still have like 35,000 concurrent viewers. I mean, players. I mean, they're technically looking at their screen, so I guess it's the same thing. But, like, that's still impressive. Their peak in the last 3 years is like 81K. There's a big update in 24. Like, there's still a lot of people. The trick is that it could be like if 500,000 at launch, that number could easily be 100,000 to 200,000 people per day right now. If it wasn't Valheim development pace. If you start Zomboid numbers at 2021, the graph looks similar. Well, I mean, no. No, the peak is 65, then they regularly are hitting 60, then 58, then 58. That's really consistent compared to 500,000 to 5% of those numbers. It's not even close in terms of like returning players. This is like 95% retainment. How many people are still playing Skyrim? Well, this is special edition. 69,000, and then there were 67,000 last year. Was that the big mod that came out? Look at Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is like GTA, though. That's like GTA level of gigantic game, so it's gonna have and they have and also CD Projekt Red is actually doing a new DLC for Witcher 3, but it's technically made in conjunction with CD Projekt Red, but it's former developers of Witcher 3 that they're working with to make the DLC. So there's a new DLC coming out for this. So they just keep putting out new content, new updates, and they do sales all the time. They're doing a new DLC? Yeah, they're doing a new DLC for Witcher 3 with former devs of Witcher 3. Don't they have a new Witcher to be working on? That's why I said they're working with another studio who is former Witcher 3 devs who are making the DLC. That's why I said that. It's probably going to be a way to bridge the Witcher 3 story to the Witcher 4. I'm attempting to play Witcher 3 for like the 10th time, hoping it'll finally click with me. Well, the problem is that 11 years later, the combat is not very good. And combat is like 50% of the game. And then the other 50% of the game, Shiny Coney, is following Red Footsteps, which was novel in 2015, and then everyone has copied it since. So Batman and Witcher were like the two Follow the Thing detective games that came out, and everyone has copied them since. And now that's it. But the good news is that the story is still impeccable. So if you can just get to the big story beat segments in Witcher 3, it's worth it just for the narrative alone. And the side quests are some of the best I've ever played in a game in terms of plot and decision making, where the decision making felt really good. All right, let's do like, actually, you know what? Sure, I'll look at Path of Exile. 578k to a consistent 300k, 400k, solid. Now let's look at the comparatively much worse Diablo. This is only the Steam. This does not count Battle.net. 64,000, how cute. Actually, it is impressive though that they did hit new highs. I wonder how many people are playing on Battle.net. It's gotta be 1 to 2 million, like peak. If Path of Exile is 500k, because the normies on consoles eat up Diablo, like me. If you count console and Battle.net, I'd be curious. I wonder how the Civ update hit. %48 positive reviews. Not as well as they wanted, I'm sure. 8,000 to 20,000. 84,000 at launch. Yeah, I could only play this one day. I think we played it maybe one day, and then I just uninstalled. I'd rather just go back and play Civ 6. This was much worse than Civ 6 at launch. I think with Conan Exiles, you're going to see a bigger peak now than at launch. Have you already looked at the numbers? Enhanced? Question mark? Yeah, I mean, whew. 48,000, 53,000. What happened in Conan Exiles? Is it, it like enhanced is the release? Unreal Engine 5 update? I played Civ 7 just long enough to not get a refund. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's look at Civilization 6. 25,000 right now! Currently! $24-hour peak of 42,000. This is just a good game. They did not outdo themselves. Like, Civ 7 had to be internal pressure. You can't convince me that they're making games because they want to. They're making them because they have to now. So all-time peak at launch, 84,500. No idea how many of those refunded. All-time peak here, 162,000. So Civ 6's all-time peak at launch was twice as much as Civ 7. At launch. That's just launch versus launch. I really liked Civ 6. I never really played Civ 5 that much. 5 is 12,800 right now. 16,000 24-hour peak. 91,000 all-time peak. Man, look at the heyday right here from June 2013, July 2013. Fell off. Is this when Civ 6 came out? Yeah, when Civ 6 actually killed Civ 5. Well, that's funny. Because this is his last hurrah right here. Now, I'm not saying it's not still well played. People play it and still like it. I'm just saying that this, look at this, like pretty consistent spikies right here, and then boom, cratering forevermore. And that's when Civ 6 launched, and then a continuous upswing as more and more people were like, oh, this is good actually. And then is this Civ 7? Which brought it down some, like 30,000 players. So it didn't quite kill it as much as 6 did 5, but definitely did take some players out, which is interesting. Civ 7 was also $70 at launch for some of the content. That's true. Which is like Civ 6 was a full game. Granted, it needed DLCs to make it even more full, but it was still like a full game. Stardew Valley is a religion. Stardew Valley is a religion. That's true. Let's look at what's another like sandbox game. Okay, let's just look at the Paradox games. They're not exactly sandbox. The DLC train keeps rolling on and rolling on. New Hearts of Iron highs every year, almost. Satisfactory, that's a hard one because a lot of people like me bought it on Epic. So it's gonna look funky. What happened here? Was this the big update? The 1.0? That's a crazy peak for a 1.0. Endless Space? I don't think anyone's still playing Endless Space. No one is, I'm gonna say. 333 people. All-time peak, 53,000. So yeah, no one's playing it. Sins of a Solar Empire. What's the... I don't know what the newest one is. What's the newest one? What about Factorio? Chat, we already know some of these are giga popular. Factorio and RimWorld are going to be the top of their class. I'm trying to find, like, the other ones. 2? I thought they did something since then. 600 people, twice as popular as Endless Space. Not by much. Satisfactory, we just looked at that, Francis. 2 games before this one. Just now. Seconds ago. Eve Online. I mean, I assume Eve is dying. I feel like it's safe to assume Eve is dead and dying. Because there's also a lot of people that don't play through Steam, right? I guess it's not dying, but also 6,000 Steam users is not that many. Check Starbase. Oh my, I'm listening to it right now if you can hear it. That's what's playing in the background. 11 people in all of Starbase. Couple updates brought a few hundred people back in. That's when my nostalgia has not died even a little bit for the Starbase launch. I could imagine a future in space at that point. The devs playing it? No, they stopped playing it years ago. What even happened? What happened is... it's complicated. You could probably do a full documentary on what happened to Starbase, and it would be interesting. But my interpretation is that it launched. The game that they launched was too complex for the average person, which made it difficult to approach from a point of entry for anyone that wasn't super hardcore. On top of that, they catered to the PvP community and wanted their game to be like PvP centric, pushing out all the people who were patient enough to actually build a ship and go mining, because it's a mining game. And then on top of that, there wasn't anything to do except mine and PvP. So there was zero activities you could participate in. You mined so you get more resources so you could build a new ship so you could mine. And if you didn't do that, you got your fun out of killing the people who were mining. So that quickly pushed out the like PvE side of the player base. And then there was just kind of no other content for you to do except build cool ships, which was a lot of fun, but that's not enough. Then the player base died. Then I'm assuming the money dried up and they could see the writing on the wall. That when you peak at 9,000, basically 10,000 players, and then 1 month later drop to a third of that, and then 1 month later drop to a tenth of that, it's over. And so I think they just pulled the plug when they realized it was going to take years and years of dev work, and they didn't have the money. They do not have the money. Is Frozen Byte public? They're not publicly traded. They're just a funded company from Finland. I don't know. My assumption is that they need something to show investors. Because then they went back and tried to make Trine again. They're the ones that made Trine. So then they went straight from Starbase to like making Trine 3. Something just to try to make some money. We'll always have the memories of that one silly trip where we were both falling asleep and my ship tried to mate with an asteroid. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, good times. They're the Trine devs? Yeah. So they were in a bit over their head. Trying to make like a big space sandbox game. But they did try. They just didn't put any like extra content in the game. Things to do. Dune Awakening? Yeah, Dune Awakening fell off hard. I could tell it was going to, though. I hoped it wouldn't. I liked the trailers. 190,000. So like 10 to 14. Let's look at Rust. God, I miss Rust. That's how you keep updating a game. And make a bajillion dollars on the side through cosmetic sales. This is an infinite money machine. Because then you ban the cheaters and they keep buying your game again. Burnt Peanut and other streamers keep that afloat? False. They're there, but their Rust success has nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. It's a behemoth. Look at this insane. This is the offline TV Rust server right here. Which is higher than Peanut. Okay, it actually is 2,000 less, and that was in 2021. Does that not look higher? It does look higher. If I would, maybe it's the optical illusion of this middle one. Who's this? Who did this right here? It looks higher because the surroundings are lower? Yeah, but people just play Rust. They just play it and they keep playing it and they will continue to play it because it gets an update every month with new stuff. They keep adding things to it once a month and they don't charge for anything except for like funky cosmetics. There's no... You could argue that there's some like camo and stuff that they charge for Advantage, but otherwise, this was always going to stay on an upward trajectory. Draw a line under each of these, like you were doing a stock line, and I promise you, that line goes all the way straight across to each of these dips. The floor of Rust players is always going up. Content creators don't matter for that. The content creators create a spike. The floor has always been going up for Rust from the beginning. Because they just keep developing it. Content creators might draw new players in. Listen, content creator has never sold a game in their entire life, not even one game. Not even one. But anyway, I'm joking. The point is that if the devs stop updating it, the content creators don't cover it. So you have to update it first. That's the egg. The content creator is the chicken that hatches. Because they see that there's a submarine in the game, and they see that there's like a ship that you can board and a helicopter that you can buy and pilot, and they go, wow, there's gonna be content here. But it's the dev that's making the success in this case, not the content creator. The content creator just flocks to it because of the content that is being put in by the devs. There's a lot of games that stop putting in new content, or at least not significant content, that have a lot more just kind of like a steady flow. Like, there really hasn't been anything substantially new in like Project Zomboid since the big update a couple years ago, right? Like, there's been the multiplayer patch, which I don't think is as popular as the people who play multiplayer think it is. Most people don't play Zomboid in multiplayer, and it's more of like a stable line. Oh, bonk. Hey, they add new bugs every 2 to 3 weeks. Do people still play Ark? I'm sure they do. Is Survival Ascended now? There's still 31,000 people playing this one. I don't know what Ascended is. Also like 37,000 people. They're about the same as the old one. Oxygen not included. I would imagine oxygen not included is a vertical cliff. But I could be wrong. They have added DLCs. No, it's not. I stand corrected. It's still not that many people. It's got a dedicated core fan base of like 15K. RimWorld. Yes, RimWorld is popular, chat. I don't know if you knew this. Maybe you didn't know, but RimWorld is popular. 96,000 people on the last DLC, which was the most popular DLC ever released by them by far, and the highest the floor has gone up to 40,000 a day. But is Terraria more popular? Obviously. It's not even close. Because you know why? Terraria is on consoles. It's on phones. 489,000 peak. The daily Steam user base is closer than I thought, but Terraria is more popular in general because it is on every console. And mobile. Let's not talk about RimWorld console. We don't talk about that. Have you checked Manor Lords? I have not checked Manor Lords. There aren't that many people left checking Manor Lords. This is a hype machine right here. Hype and then reality. Steam Tarkov. It's not that big of a drop. 48,000 to 28,000. Caves of Cud. Why do you want to hurt why do you want to hurt our hearts? It's technically going up. What about Dwarf Forgers? Are people still playing CK3? Yeah, a bunch of people are still playing CK3. Not as many as are playing Hearts of Iron. I believe Hearts of Iron is the most popular Paradox game by numbers. Why, chat? I'm still grieving Starbase. Why wound me more by forcing us to view CUD? Okay, we're just gonna do all of them at this point. We've looked at Europa recently. It's like 12,000, down from 77,000. That was a strange week of streams. I want to say Victoria 3 was the lowest, but Europa might be the lowest now. No. Yeah. No, they're about tied. Victoria 3 and Europa are about tied. In 24-hour peak. And then Solaris. $24,000. This is like not a good sign if you're a game dev, where every subsequent big DLC release peak gets smaller and smaller. That means you're diluting your brand. Which they are. Because these spikes were like the big releases or big sales or something. I guess these are more sales. But they have to be timed. The sales are timed with DLC releases though, so I don't think it's showing which DLCs are releasing when. Have you checked Bannerlord? Bannerlord is surprisingly popular. But it's also a sandbox, which is exactly what I talked about. We got 40,000 players a day. 30,000 right now in 24-hour peak, but 40,000 in May. That's the power of sandbox. If you make a niche But I think Bannerlord's got a ton of problems, and I would play it more if not for those problems. But that's what I'm talking about. Like all these sandbox games with these dedicated core fan bases that will eat up any DLC you put out, and if you keep those people playing it, they talk about it more, and you end up with more sales. Like, think about how old Bannerlord is, and it's still in the top 200 in top sellers, according to this. Stellaris is in the top 100. If they sorted out performance, I'd be playing it heaps, do a romp of Warband every now and then yearn for a more modern version. Yeah, I streamed a bunch of Bannerlord recently and had a lot to say about it during. Not all of it good. But boats were kind of a missed opportunity, which is what I expected. How's 007 doing? Pretty respectable. 68,000 peak. Is Arc Raiders dead yet? It's dying, but they had their time in the sun. Honestly, it's pretty impressive that they had their time in the sun for almost 3 full months, from November to January. Still a fun game. I just, like everyone else, stopped playing it. Still number 73 in top sellers. Needs more content? Needs more content, and also, like, I stopped playing because I thought the PvE stuff was dumb. So, I wanted to play it as an actual PvP extraction shooter. Once I learned how they split lobbies, I stopped playing. That's what killed it for me. Knowing that if I just never shot anyone, I would get put in lobbies with other people who never shot anyone, or if I shot other players, then I would only get put in lobbies with people who shot other players. Took the fun out. The fun was not knowing. So knowing removed the fun. The fun in an extraction shooter is that every encounter you have with someone else, there's a tension in the air. Being able to play at full PvE, there's no tension. So it's just some robots that you have to kill, and it's not enough. You need one fox in the hen house to keep it interesting. Yep. Exactly. What about Battlefield 6? Man, I bought the first season pass for Battlefield 6 and then, like, immediately stopped playing. I mean, a huge fall off, but still 55,000 daily. Well, today 46, but 55,000 daily is not bad, but I don't think it's as good as EA wants it to be. Would you ever go back to Tarkov? Nah, I don't think so. I did install it when the single player became available, did the tutorial, and then never played it again. I would have gone back to BF6, but they added AI slop to it. I don't even know what you're talking about, actually. BattleBit? Yeah, BattleBit was abandoned. You ever play games like Sea Power? I own Sea Power, but I don't feel like watching 3 hours of tutorials to figure out how to have fun with it. I think. Arc Raiders fumbled their 500k player base? Kinda. It was a difficult path. I don't think it was as big of a fumble as Helldivers. What about Kingdom Come Deliverance? 18 to 20,000 from 256. Helldivers is a series of fumbling. Don't talk about Helldivers. We'll be here all day. I have no horse in the race. You know, I didn't play it, so I can't even rant about it. That was the trailer for Nebulous. What does Out of the Park have? I mean, there's only like a few hundred people playing Out of the Park. There's no way there's that many people playing it. There's more than a few hundred. It's like 1,100 people. But it's a straight line of people like me who buy the same game every year with slight changes and improvements and just keep playing it because it's an addiction. So, just one straight line year over year. How are there still 50,000 people suffering through Football Manager 26? You guys are, your supplier is giving you the bad drugs, but you don't have any alternative. You have nowhere else to go. Oh yeah, there was no 25. It's funny there's an entry for it though. So there's a dedicated people that were like, nah, I'm staying with 24, but 25 really like killed. This is what's interesting, right? So think about this. There were 75,000 people daily playing 24. Now there's 20, let's say 26, 25,000. Okay, 1/3. But then if you go back, there's the remaining 50,000 just started playing 26 and did not go back to 24. So it actually did take the 50,000 away from 24. So 2/3 of the audience is actually just like on the new one, whether it's good or bad. Quick maths. Let's see what like Madden is. 2,300 on Steam. $2,400 peak. Wow, NBA 2K has 53,000 this week. That's crazy that NBA 2K on PC is like that much higher than Madden. Madden's just a console game, but I would have thought NBA 2K is a console game as well. Why is it on PC, like high on PC compared to console? And then what's FIFA called now? I actually forgot. My sports ball games. It's what is FIFA called now? It's not FIFA. It's FC? Oh my god. EA Sports FC. Popular. 68,000 24-hour peak on PC. That's impressive. Overhauled gameplay experience powered by community feedback. But they say that every year. By the way, the Crete, thank you for the 10-month sub. I appreciate the Prime. Thank you for sharing another one. Two-Nut Pickup also for 87 months. Hello, Two-Nut. How's it going, gamer? Lots of World Cup hype? Yeah, there's a lot of World Cup hype. This is the statistics and graph stream now, with space ambient music in the background. All right, there's about to be an ad that plays. I'm gonna take a quick burb. And go get a snack and go get a beverage refill while the ad is going. Okay? I don't know what we're gonna do, but be back in just a minute. All right, what up? What's up? Well, I don't know what's up. What is up? Steam thinks these are my play next suggestions. Witcher 3, Fallout 4, Dishonored, Besieged, The Stanley Parable, Universe Sandbox, Alan Wake. What decade is it? Half-Life Alyx, which I never played. Endless Legend, which I also never played. It wants me to go back and play Skyrim. Apparently I bought... Dude, I am such a sucker. I bought Skyrim Special Edition, never even launched it. And Skyrim VR, never launched it. Here you go, Todd. Here's your tax. Take it. Make something cool, I guess. Besiege is getting a space DLC? Oh, man. I haven't played Besiege in a long time. Let's see. Like, I wasn't done with my Terra Invicta save, but I don't know if I want to play that right now. I also bought Subnautica 2 and didn't launch it. Which might be a refund, I don't know. It's a good song for the state that I'm in at the moment. I learned from a chatter that the Guild 2 has started getting patches again. THQ Nordic picked it up and restarted development. That's... Yeah, I actually think I had the Guild installed for like 2 years, but each time I launched it, I was like, I don't know how to play this and I don't want to look at a tutorial. And then I uninstalled it. It was intimidating. Wait, no, it's still installed. I have 10 minutes of playtime. But it's scary. But it feels like something I would enjoy. It's still installed. But it's too much to try and take in on stream. It's too many things. Unfortunately, there's not a one-size-fits-all good game choice to pick. It'd almost be easier to just keep doing just chatting instead. Have you heard of Carthage? No. Carthage is not a real game. Oh, Carthage. It looks like a demo. Wait, no, it's not. It's more than a demo. Throat singing. I appreciate the devs' efforts, and they're a better developer than I am, but this looks pretty rough. Mainly the parts that scare me the most are these menus. This right here. I look at this and I go, my eyes go, oh. So when I see this, it scares me. I'm also not sure I see the text, but otherwise I don't really see what you do in the game. Besides what it says on the tin. I love the idea of the game. I'm not refunding this. I think there's a great core game underneath. The visuals and controls hold it back significantly. I don't mean the models. Rather, you're squinting at everything, trying to decide if you saw something important glimp through pea soup space, or being blinded by the sun when your camera glances in that direction. No hotkeys for weapons or systems means you're trying to hover over approaching enemies and tell your guns to shoot. Being able to mouse over a target and tap the weapon key to target it would make things like shooting down incoming missiles more enjoyable. But the rest of the reviews are positive. There is a demo, so maybe if you're in chat, you want to check it out. This game had a huge control and readability issue. The camera is so far away at times. Can I shill the pixel graphics roguelike my best friend made? If you want to type it in chat, go for it, but I'm not going to play it. I'm not gonna play anything, okay? But sure, share it with the world so that chatters can go look at it. I'm not gonna look at it here because it's safer for your friend if I don't. I need ignorance to be blissful. You know what I'm saying? And let chat make their own opinions. Path of Akra. There you go. Go check it out, chat. Dude, I haven't got gut punched. Actually, that's not true. We did get gut punched. I really had a bad time with Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. How many people are playing that? Let's go back to Steam charts. Started at 61K, now we're at 18,500. Still, it's a pretty good amount of people. I love the art style. I just wish I liked Heroes of Might and Magic. It turns out that I don't like Heroes of Might and Magic. That's just how it turns out. I wish it weren't so, but it were. What are your issues with the game? My issues with the game is the gameplay feels extremely dated and old and doesn't hold up to modernity, and the people who still enjoy it can't let go of their nostalgia and have trapped every future iteration of Heroes of Might and Magic in the same time capsule that it started in. They've given it the hug of death. They've kept it so close to their chest that it can't ever become anything else except what it is. And you either like that or you don't. And if you don't like it, like me, it's because you didn't like it. But if you did like it, then you do. You see what I'm saying? You follow me? I only played the demo, but I thought it was a really faithful remake of 3. Yeah, I think that's my problem. It just feels old. It felt really old to me while playing it. Not old as in olden era, it just felt old. Like, why is this gameplay the way that it is? And it's because that's just how it was. So there's like the fan base for Heroes of Might and Magic will not tolerate iteration or change. And so it is a closed ecosystem where there won't be many new fans of Heroes of Might and Magic. It's just the same oldies playing it over and over again. And like anyone new to the genre is boxed out by how their lack of nostalgia. Because there's a bunch of stuff where I'm like, man, this doesn't make any sense. This should be smooth and streamlined. It's like, well, it can't be because that's how it is in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. And we like it that way. That's the key. They like it that way. I just wish I liked it that way. Vampire Crawlers was pretty neat, but very one and done. I think it was neat, it was fun, but I don't feel like I need to play it more than one 7-hour session. Slay the Spire 2 I would love to play some more of, but I want it to be like a little more done. Have you seen the new Pokemon on Steam? Lumentale Memories of Trey. No, but that is definitely a name. I don't think that would be a game for me. I have not heard of Memories of Trey. Who's Trey? It's like your best friend who like passes away early in the story or something. Who's Trey? Long ago, in the golden era of Talia, the Emperor kept the lands peaceful and the people prospered. After passing away without naming a successor between his twin sons, a civil war raged between the north, Logos, and the south, Mythos, fighting for who would take control of the throne. The townsfolk lived in fear from the atrocities being carried out in the conflict. In a bid to stop the destruction, a part of the Empire's military became Talia's dedicated protectors. From the everlasting darkness of war, these people were the beacon of light that brought people hope. The Lumen were born, and as guardians in their province, they ensured the safety of the residents of Talia. Both people and the Animon. Animal monsters, Animon are the champions. Since ancient times, people have long studied the Animon, and not much is known of their nature to this day. They're made of Anivis, an energy that flows through the whole world. And they possess the ability to affect emotions and interact with the very soul of every living being. Catch the Animon and become inseparable partners as they take control of your soul and subtly steer you toward their own whims, both for good and ill, as some will seek to wreak havoc on the world and others save it. Huh, that's weird. I don't think I want them to do that. Test your skills with the Holocan and catch Animon in the field to recruit them to your party or initiate an incredible and exciting battle against them to prove your mettle. Why is there so much empty space on the battle screen over here? We can put some UI elements down there. You can move all, if you just mirror this where all of these icons are over here instead, and then keep the monsters on the left, that would look so much better, right? That's where your streamer cam goes? That's true. Is that one's name Boobbat? Boobat? Boobbat. Boobat. Is it wrong? Hang on. Oh, Team 17 published this? Okay, that gives me at least some confidence. I was gonna say, I was looking for like an AI disclosure, but Team 17's been around for a long time. Oh yeah, they just did Hell Let Loose Vietnam. I forgot about that. I own Hell Let Loose, but I didn't really play it. And I do miss Battlefield Vietnam, but this is like brand spanking new, so it's probably not ready yet. There's way too much screen shake is the first thing. You know what playing this game is actually like? I'll tell you what it's like. You're like... You're right here, and your passenger is like, hey, if you can't fly the helicopter, then don't take it from spawn. Okay? I have about 3,000 flying hours, and I'm the only one who gets to fly the helicopter on this server. All right, so get out and go practice in single player mode, and then I'll see you in 2,000 hours. I'm going to check your Steam profile to make sure that it has that many hours played before I see you piloting in the server again. Everyone, vote kick ban this guy. He's not moving out of the pilot seat. I'm starting a vote kick ban right now. And then you're out of the server. Because you crashed the helicopter, you idiot. Literally happened to my friend in BattleBit. Is this out? Oh, it's a playtest. So there's no reviews yet. Okay. It is a playtest. Have you seen C-Beams? Yeah, we looked at it earlier. Added it to my wish list. Looks really cool. The angry Coke sip seals it. I don't even notice I'm doing it. Oh, man. I miss just being able to jump in and play some random war games. I feel like the communities have gotten more isolated and worse over time. Somehow. Anyway. I don't know, dudes. I got nothing. Certainly nothing that I could do in like 3 hours. If you join late, you're not sure what happened. The game I tried today was front loaded with AI stuff, and it rubbed me the wrong way, and I stopped playing. I stopped attempting to try to play. Let's put it like that. No Skyrim playthrough right now. No. Did you ever play Quadrilateral Cowboy? I did not. I don't know if it would appeal to me. Not sure if it was my time game. Have you ever played Noita since you streamed it years ago? I have not. That is also not a game for me. Noita was cool, but it's got too many secrets in it. So streaming it would just be people getting annoyed that I'm playing it wrong. So there's that. And also, the truth is, I get more viewers by not picking out a game, okay? Because if you guys are like quantum viewers. And if I choose a game and change the category to that game, it's like observing one outcome. It collapses all the other viewers who wanted a different game. So if I just stay in a state of not observing and not choosing in the just chatting channel, I retain more of your viewership. That's the secret. Schrodinger's game. I am a hostage. You know what we need? All right, I know what we need. Hold on, I gotta look. I'm looking for... Oh, this is good. Here we go. I think it's time for a segment we haven't done in a while. All right, let's take a look at some reviews of the Circus buffet on the Strip in Las Vegas and see how people are eating good on the Strip. First things first, let's take a look at some pictures to really set the mood. Okay. This is from August 2015. Not exactly a recent photo. Okay, Circus Buffet. 1 star. Screaming babies, bad food, terrible value. Imagine being on a plane with a screaming baby and eating prison food buffet style. If you can imagine that, then paying $20 for the experience, you know what the Circus Buffet is like. I ate there on a Friday at lunch and the price was $20, which is a comparable price for most buffets on the Strip, meaning it's a good price. The buffet was unreasonably noisy with multiple babies crying. If not for the crying, the conversations alone would make it very loud. Watch out walking around because the aisles are tight and young kids are running around, running into people. Now for the food. The selection was terrible. The selection was terrible by saying we have Asian food, it should be more than white rice, and what they say is spicy beef. Italian was spaghetti, and I guess what was meant to resemble pizza. The buffet is a single line of hot items, a salad selection, and a dessert selection. It was even missing a lot of the go-to buffet foods somehow. There's just not that much. Think less than a Golden Corral. The quality is prison food. I know buffets aren't the best place for gourmet, but you want edible. Everything was tasteless or watery. To give credit to them, the cannoli was good. I take great pride that I have been to most of the buffets in Vegas now, and this has to be the worst. I've not eaten here before, and I did go in to try with low expectations. For the price, it seems to match the other MGM resorts. Go walk around the TI or Mirage. Both are better. Treasure Island? As far as what you're getting, the Palace Station is closed, and with a player's card, it's about 10 for lunch. How old is this review? You're not getting 10 for lunch anywhere. December 2017, okay? This is an old review. Get some more pictures. These are old. April 2014? 1 star looks or deceiving? Can I find some more recent photos? Hold on. I do this just in case there's weird information on these review screens. Can I like sort by just new pictures? Or are they just, maybe just no one uses TripAdvisor anymore? Is that the secret? No one even uploads there? They just use Google Maps now? This is the best I can do from 2020. These are the latest pictures, and this one is not legible to my American eyes. But Sergey was very disappointed. Well, actually, no, was very happy. 5 stars. 5 stars from Sergey. Bien. Quite surprised. Food was good. And the price was right. The apple pie was so good. Apparently their cannoli was good. All right, now here's what I got. You've seen a couple of old pictures, but now I need to find the reviews. Let's see. What does what does this mean? No Michelin stars. Disappointing. Not a Michelin star restaurant. Wish I knew that before driving out from LA. You went to the Circus buffet thinking it was a Michelin star restaurant? Trying to find a more descriptive. We need different music also. Hold on. We have another better at Golden Corral. I want to find the reviews. Stay away 2019. This is the worst food I have ever had. I was sick within 30 minutes. $22 for food that was worse than a school cafeteria. Everything dried out, overcooked, no service at all. They should be ashamed of themselves. Even the desserts were horrible. Ruined our whole day and left property immediately after visiting the restroom. Yelp has some better. Hang on. Okay. Oh God, the shaky video. Oh, it's so soupy. All right, looking at the desserts, let's be honest. I would eat that donut. This looks a little too foamy. I'm trying to figure out what this is supposed to be. It's got like a chocolate drizzle on top, but it looks fruity underneath. The donut looks fine. Most fruit, like cobbler things, don't have like a chocolate syrup drizzle. Maybe it's an apple pie with chocolate? That's odd. Notch cheese plus taco meat. We got corn dogs! And some, maybe it almost looks like catfish or something there, and then like mac. And then just some, oh, this is the nacho station right here. You've got tortilla chips, some meat it's meat, okay? And then nacho cheese. Oh, baby. They need to change this one out. Is this lasagna? A couple strips of maybe undercooked bacon. Some rogue noodles. What is that? Is that an omelet? It's all cheese, man. Why are these so zoomed in? It does look rough here, man. It's a little scary and a little rough. Okay, we have a bunch of votes for this place. Let me see them. How do I get here without opening up a whole thing? Harder to find, how do I do this? Some of these I'm not going to be able to do on full screen share. Okay. Here's, I can show you pictures, and then I'm just going to read the reviews separately. I can do that. I don't know where this place is. I think it's in the Arts District. It's called 18 Bin. Live music. Yo, check it out. Live music. And a little bit of a latte. Some specialty cocktails. We've got... Is that a grilled chicken or a waffle sandwich? The texture looks like it could be either thing. It says it's a breakfast sandwich. But this like structure is odd. Bottomless mimosas. French toast. The the congealed reflection of the liquid buttery peanut sauce on this, it looks a little too shiny. The sheen. A steak omelet? That's Euro meat, brother. With fries. What? All right, anyway, now you've seen the pictures, here's the review. From Jessica. This is from April. So just a month ago. I've lived here for almost 25 years, and I done out at least weekly. And this place officially holds the title of worst dining experience. This is my second time here for brunch. I get that they want to create a party atmosphere, but stay away if you don't like loud music. We paid for parking, $8, and waited 40 minutes to be seated. Then, we were seated directly under a speaker. Someone brought water immediately, and a short time later, they took our drink order. It took about 10 minutes to get the drinks from the time we ordered. When the server brought the drinks, she took our food order. Why are we? Yes! That is how going out to eat works so far. Someone comes, they ask if you want a drink, they bring the drink. Then they ask if you want food. Then they take your food order. About 20 minutes later, one of the two entrees arrived. An hour later, the other entree had still not arrived. In that hour, we checked with our server 3 times to see what was going on. The 4th time, we canceled the order and paid for our check. The server took the other entree off of our bill, but she was not apologetic. She didn't send a manager to our table. She just kept telling us it was coming out right now. I completely understand if they're busy or short-handed, but this was excessive and nothing was done to make it right. There are way better places to grab brunch in Las Vegas with way better service, where you actually get the food you ordered. Two stars from Carol, March of this year. I made an 11 a.m. brunch reservation because they advertised a live DJ starting at 11 a.m. First of all, live DJ at 11 a.m.? We showed up on time, no DJ, no music. He finally started around 11:30. That was a disappointment since we came here for the music vibe. They first sat us in a table in the sun, even though there were plenty of tables in the shade. When I asked for a different table, the hostess said she couldn't because that would change servers. That made no sense. Luckily, our waitress was nice enough to move us to another table. So the hostess couldn't do it, but the waitress could? Drinks came fast, but the food took 20 minutes and it was pretty average. My steak omelet was bland and needed hot sauce for flavor. For how much we spent, it did not live up to the social media hype. Well, that's your problem right there. You were counting on the social media hype. I'm looking for the... I like the story 1-star reviews. Mark, from May of this year, 1 star. Was taking my wife for a pre-Mother's Day celebration, but we both left very disappointed. First, we ordered... What did they... Hang on. Dude, I am uncultured. Okay. I've never said the word... ceviche out loud. Ceviche. I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly as an American. I never said it out loud. All right. First, we ordered a ceviche for appetizers. Like if you're telling me shrimp ceviche, you would think they would give it to you on a normal ceviche form. But no, it's shrimp mashed in guacamole. Then we ordered for entrees, and I had the chicken and waffles. My wife had the steak eggs. We normally don't return food because I work in the industry is an understatement. The chicken was dry. And the waffle as well. Where is the fluffiness to a waffle consistency that you are looking for? And this is the main event. My wife asked for medium rare steak. We got medium to medium well. We returned the first batch. Server Vanessa said, oh, the kitchen gave you the wrong steak. So we were like, okay, let's give it a chance. Second steak, still medium to about a medium well. Spoke to the server Vanessa and showed her the audacity of the server to say, oh, it's just the lightning. It looks medium rare to me. To you, perhaps it is for people that know what a medium steak is supposed to look like. Not even apologetic. Sorry, I work in the kitchen. I know what a medium rare is supposed to look like. Overall, we would not come back and not recommend them his restaurant. I'm reading SIC, S-I-C. So if I mispronounce or make weird words, that's because that's how it's written in the review. I'm just reading the review verbatim. Lightning indoors. Kathy A. from Scottsdale, Arizona, in April said, honestly, one of the worst experiences I've ever had at a restaurant in my life. We were waiting for our server for 15 minutes with no water, no utensils. It took almost half an hour to get drinks and water. It was impossible to get a hold of our server, and the restaurant was completely and totally empty. She also didn't write anything down and messed up some of our orders, which wouldn't have happened if she just wrote our orders down. We just weren't taken care of. Severely disappointing service. The food was mid. It was my best friend's birthday brunch, and we had to get up about 15 times to get our server to do anything. Do not come to this restaurant if you want good service. They had 2 people on, but I feel like they have to try hard to be that bad. There weren't even kidding 3 tables the whole time. There's a reason this place is empty, because their service is really, really with a capital R, bad. We are so disappointed, and all I wanted to do for my best friend was for her to have a yummy brunch, which obviously did not happen. And on top of everything, they added gratuity onto our check, and that is why they were okay with giving us such terrible service, because they knew they were going to get a tip out of us anyway. If it were up to me, I would have given $0. Like, actually, very upsetting. I'm not the kind of person to leave this kind of review, but I absolutely need to warn you all to stay away. It's empty for a reason. Ay, ay, ay. It seems like one of the worst reviewed restaurants in Vegas, because all these reviews are from like March. That's crazy. Horrible service. Went here for my birthday and was really excited, but the whole experience was very mediocre. Didn't get our order taken for an hour after we sat down. Appetizers arrived with okay. If you sit down somewhere, I am not waiting an hour for my order to be taken. You know what I'm saying? At what point do you just either leave or be like, hey, I'm ready to order, and see what happens? Like, I'll at least be like, stick a hand up. And then if you get no response, then I'm like, psh, I'm out. Appetizers arrived with our food, so we just sat there hungry the whole time. We're there for 3 hours, so we got charged $13 for parking. Waitress only came to our table 4 times total. And when she came around with our bill, finally, she adds an automatic gratuity for a party of 6 plus when we had a party of 5. Save yourself the trouble, don't go here. I think her server's name was Danny, but I couldn't tell you for sure because she never introduced herself or actually interacted with us. The only thing good about this place was the mimosas. Maybe I should try this place? Anyway, all right, I'm done ragging on this place. Sounds pretty bad. I don't know why, but myself and Alice are invisible in restaurants. We are just like, we go in, the number of times that from otherwise clearly well-meaning people, like they're not like dicks or rude or anything else, but as soon as it comes time to pay the bill, they're gone. You know, like take the food order, take the drink order, all pretty quick, food comes out at a reasonable time, and then forget that I'm ever there from that point on. I've eaten the food and I'm like, I just need to pay you for it. I just need you to take my money now so I can leave legally. And it's the number of times, and it's like, I don't have problems like flagging somebody down, but we'll just be sitting there and I'm having to spend 15 minutes just looking at the person who just somehow never glances toward me so I can even just like put my hand up and get their attention. And we've sat there for just like 20, 30 minutes sometimes, just waiting to leave. I've never seen these diners in my life. There was a Mexican place called Ponchos that had little flags at every table. If you needed service, you raise it and they come to you. It was magical. That does sound pretty magical. Just let them know. Straightforward. All right, let's take a look at Steam upcoming releases. Let's take a look at some Steam games. I need to do a quick check to make sure that there's no prawn games on this first, and then I can share it with you. As long as I don't mouse over them, it should be fine. Okay, I don't see anything. As long as I don't mouse over weird things, it should be fine. Okay. What is Dream Stranded? Dream Stranding. This character is so dream stranded. Dive into a cozy world, enjoy gathering, crafting, building, and running your own tavern. There's a lot of games in which you run your own tavern, but none that let you actually run it the way, like, I need to build the tavern simulator, clearly, and do the real one that no one else will even try. No one will ever try to make a tavern simulator game again. Also, be honest with me, chat. Where did these come from? Be honest. Do you think that a game that uses this as their menu? Here's how you can tell when AI is being used. And yes, I'm making baseless accusations. When there is random art in the game that looks on its face really well done, like this. The kind of person who has the brain, if they're like one of the main devs on this project, who would go and one by one itemized draw each of these, is the kind of person who cannot in their being tolerate a UI menu looking like this. It's a compulsion. If you're the kind of person that can draw that well and you have that much artistic talent, you cannot stomach a box UI looking like this. You would fix it. There's not even any margin. But the kind of person who's not like 2D, like a UI artist, makes this and then gets some help to make all the other graphics. The text in that menu is touching the border. And that, for example. So that's why there's always a disconnect between like AI art and being able to tell, in my opinion, is because there's not a consistent artistic style throughout the rest of the game. And you can just kind of tell by the discordant nature of it. But clearly there's like some real talent here. Maybe they just hired someone to make some icons or something like that, and that's all they paid for. Because like this looks cool. Like the way that the water ripples and pushes everything out of the way looks really good. Could just be a bot asset pack too. That's true. But also, there is something about the food pictures in particular. Anyway. Mike goes on hike. Is this the whole hike? Maybe? Mike Stranding. Mike Stranding. An actual Strand type game. Here's the thing, there's nothing wrong with making this type of a game. It seems like the kind of game you might make to learn how to make games, you know, like it's a learning game for you. And there's nothing, that's fine. It's like teaching you how to make the environment, teaching you how to like fill it in with objects and decorations and set and stuff. The difference is back in my day, in the 2010s, we didn't sell these. We just they were just released. And people would download them and be like, oh, that was neat. And then be like, good job, person who made this. You did good. But now, like, every single thing is for sale. And is like a $20+ early access game. That's promising that it's going to be like an atmospheric story-driven adventure that gradually expands with episodes, mechanics, and content. Don't worry, there's going to be mechanics in the future. Where the forest ends. Horror game? Survival horror shooter game? I can't mouse over every game. I need to be cautious. Oh god, is this another Unity shopkeeper game? They have all the same standing on hips idle animation. It looks like it's all Unity. It's like textures from a shop. This looks interesting. Oh, this looks like it clearly inspired by the game. Papers, Please. Couldn't think of the name. This looks like Papers, Please. Who will you open the door to? Why are you going so fast in the trailer? Who edited this trailer, man? Oh, Jesus, the edits. The zoomer editing is actually like hurting this game, even though it looks like it might have something interesting here. It gave me a headache in 40 seconds. Hello, the ward took my family. Now I have nowhere to go. I'm ready to help. I won't harm you. Please, Mr. Robot, let me in. I just want to survive. So there's energy provisions. Christoph. What is zoomer editing? If you have to ask what zoomer editing is, Kindog, then you're a boomer. Lol, yes. Zoomer editing just means the so the generations after generation my generation, millennials, are referred to as zoomers. And zoomers are made fun of for having really short, bad attention spans. So zoomer editing refers to quick cuts, snappy zooms, over edited to the point of being afraid to lose their attention span. So it's just like constant stimulation and like something happening on the screen. So like the rapid pace of it to make sure that they don't click away. The generator that provides power to the refrigerator is broken. We have to repair it or provisions will spoil. With a 15% chance brings a random item to the storage. So, okay. This is a game that looks really interesting, but I can already tell is not going to have the sauce because of these weird chance-based cards. Has a 50% chance, consumes 1 energy, and restore 1 heart in the adjacent room on the right. Like, these are going to mess up the whole thing. It doesn't look like it's a story-based progression like Papers, Please. It looks like it has the DNA of Papers, Please, but with like a roguelike card game coat of paint. With like conditions being a resource, energy being a resource, provisions being a resource. Residents, 8 out of 35. And so you take each person in, and then they become like a card in the room, sort of. Something like that. Tattoo removal simulator. Wow, we're really doing it all, aren't we? This is just this is just the other cleaning, the water cleaning simulator, but for tattoos. Laser hair removal simulator. Is it from Playway? It's from Uraga.
Have you ever regretted not?
Okay, let's just not look at where the tattoos might be so I don't get banned. Freefall 95. Also, there's going to be an ad in 10 seconds, and it's not this. Is his eyeball going to explode? Okay. loud thunder. It's one of those games that's like, looks fun and I like what you're doing, but I'm not going to buy it or play it. How is this not just a free Flash game on Newgrounds? Because we don't live in that era anymore. That's what I was kind of just saying. Like, it looks neat and it looks well made for what it is. But also, back in my day, this would have just been free on Newgrounds to just check out. Someone just made it because they thought it was cool. But interesting. I like the pixel art animations. Battleship Command. Oh my god, they're trying to get me. It's microprose. Oh, so I won't understand how to play it. And the funniest part is neither will they. No documentation, strange menus, no tutorial. Probably something like that. Yep, that's about it. You show the battleship shooting one time. Okay, that was the trailer. Our lounge.
Hey,
It's
my name's Graham.
It's our lounge. You're cooking, you're the goat. That slapped. Who's making this? Is it supposed to be ironic? I can't tell if it's ironic or not. I guess you're driving around with, is that a robot cat on the front of your, no, it's just a stick horse. You ate. Beat the difficulties, earn bonus. Slay. Slay. Play now on Steam. It's got a demo. I played the demo of this. Was it good, Cliche? This is Playway SA. Arch. So, Hobby Horse. Campsite Hustle Management Simulator. I'm listening. Oh god. It's like I did not expect like anime guy. Always got to mop the floor with like a progression meter and restock shelves. You got to hold boxes and restock shelves. Self-checkout is going to lead to her being unemployed real fast. Why are they like, you know those like little, what are the little characters that everyone would make of themselves to have a little avatar? That was super popular some years ago. Bitmojis? Not me's. Bitmojis. Stealing the banana peels. What is going on? I love the like cinematic cam is them flying around in no clip God mode, trying to make a smooth like camera transition with their mouse and like WASD. This is how I used to do it in 2012 to like 2015 for Minecraft mod reviews. Programming a spline for the camera is too hard. I'm scared to click on slots and diapers. I'm gonna preview that one myself first. Okay, I think it's actually fine. I think it's called diapers because they're all supposed to be. Yo, easy. Chill, man. Relax. Ding ding, I'm awake.
Wow.
Spin the machines. Grind for rewards. A bunch of poop just came out of that one. Why? Why? Grow your casino. Unlock new things. Test your luck. That's me.
Welcome.
Their company's called Parodi. Is this accurate? Depends on which casino you go into. As to whether you'll get hit in the face with a turd when you go in. So there's parts of this that actually look fun. It looks like an incremental. And so you get the old people to spin the casino's slots for you, but then you get other people to clean up after them. Whether you clean up the money or the poop. And then the cycle of success never ends. Reset your current casino for a reboot. Close the casino to spend your harvested RAM on a massive perma skill tree. Is everything really as it seems? Look closely beneath the flashing lights and roaring jackpots. There's something deeper hidden behind the reels. Okay, so there's like a pseudo horror game element there. Part of this does look fun, actually. I'll at least keep up with it. I'll add it to the wish list. Unlocks in 4 days, so I guess we'll find out. Is this not the dwarf mining game, but also like mixed with the casino game that we just looked at a second ago? This is just like that, but scratchers. What is going on? A hot dog. Send to my box. This is very weirdly, like, the sound design is very mobile game coded. And then this is like the Dwarf Mountain game. This looks like someone who formerly designed a slot machine decided to make a video game instead of the video game designers trying to make a slot machine game. They've got an idle game. One friend has played this. Who is that? Who is this friend that has played idle on the incremental free-to-play idler game? Who might have an opinion on the developers of Fortune Mill? Was it fun? Is it good? Hoomst? Fatekeeper. Have I seen this? Is this the one that wants to be Heroes of Might and Magic? Yeah, I think this is. It's THQ Nordic. I've seen the video for this already, and I wish it were good, but I have my doubts. But it might be worth checking out for at least one day. It seems like it wants to do a lot of things, and I don't know if it's gonna do them all well. Very Heroes of Might and Magic. Not Heroes of Might and Magic. The other one. Ew, gross. Dark Messiah. Thank you. Early access this winter, but it's June 2026. That's actually also, I guess I'll favorite that just to check it out when it comes out too. What is this? It is a 1930s furry prohibition game. I'm ready.
It's time to get rid of these troublemakers.
Wait, what did that say? Did that say be ready to the game release? Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't hallucinate that.
Kill them if you have to.
How did that make it into the final trailer? Be ready to the...
My honored guests, I have prepared a room for each of you, specifically tailored to your every need. I urge you to explore the room. You may find something unexpected.
I wonder what Stouff's plan is.
Puzzles. Mr. Stouff. How intriguing.
Old man Stouff is hiding. Crazy, sick, and mean indeed.
Stouff! What do you want? Show yourself!
A room full of dolls. What if the rumors were true?
Stouff knows too much. But how?
This is a game, nothing more.
After all, you can never have too many games.
Might be in danger.
Oh, pish posh.
If only we could play forever.
And if there's one person to solve Stouff's mystery, it will be me. Alone.
This place gives me the creeps.
I might play this one. This looks fun. The like FMV people in the game also looks really cool. This looks fun. Puzzles. We haven't played it says similar to Blueprints and Routine, which is a weird call. I haven't played Seventh Guest before. It's an old-time classic. It looks like they integrated the FMV really well. Check out Iron Nest. It looks super cool. Like, it looks like someone's racing that other dev to make the first shoot big turret game. Who's gonna release first, this or PVKK? PVKK looks a little more polished than this one. This one looks like it's going more for like a simulation. Oh no, only a demo? Because it looks interesting, but you gotta give me more than a demo. It's gonna be years before this comes out then. You can really tell it's early because I feel like with a game like this, if they had sound effects for everything, they wouldn't be playing the music instead. Generally, if a game has good sound design, they won't do like the silent gameplay but music in the background trailers, so that kind of indicates how early this is. Like there's only sound for it shooting. So this is gonna be super early. Any interest in Mina the Hollower? No, I never played Hollow Knight. It's one of those games I respect, but I don't need to play myself. I'm glad they exist, and there's definitely an audience there, and I wish that I liked that old school platformer vibe more, but what would happen is I buy it, play it for an hour, and then stop playing it. Oh, I mean Shovel Knight. Yeah, sorry. Shovel Knight, not Hollow Knight. Of course. A little different. The brew line. Make brews. Man, people are racing to get these, like, simulation games out as fast as possible. Don't need graphics, don't need textures, we don't need polygons. We just need you to be able to hold the clean button down and watch a little bar go down, and then hold a box and restock shells. That's what we need. But every permutation of that you can get. Oh, this is trying to hit the this is, someone just played Schedule 1 and was like, what if we do that but for beer? And we're like, whoa, this is way more work than I thought it was going to be. Because Schedule 1 looks pretty lo-fi, but is actually like really well designed. Like Alruna is another one of those Metro. I just don't vibe. I like Metroidvanias from a distance. I like reading about them. I like knowing they exist, but I don't like playing Metroidvanias. I want to, but I don't. Swan Song? Puzzle game? I like the idea of them.
Dear Edith, a part of me hopes you'll never find this.
This voice
I'm
is...
ashamed to admit that I only know small bits about your life. When she left a hole bigger than her stature would imply. A hole so big, I couldn't muster the courage to cross it. A hole so big, I couldn't see you waiting for me on the other side.
Voice director to voice actor. I need you to read this, but sad. I need you to read this. Nope, sadder. We need you to sound sadder. Medic, Pacific War, that's going to be bad. There's nothing down there. I'm intrigued. It's a good name for a game.
Shifts in the thermal readings lately?
Negative. Still holding at 85 kilometers wide. 3 degrees above ambient.
That's a hell of a geothermal gold mine, huh?
It's possible. Heat that out usually means instability. We don't know what's holding this together, or how deep it goes.
Let's push on. Dead end, we turn back. Deal? Stuart, are you seeing this?
Oh my god. It's a tunnel.
Move! Get yourself safe!
Voice acting is really hard. It is really hard. I imagine it would be actually some of the most difficult aspects of indie game dev. Snacktorio. I'm intrigued. Build, cook, build, cook, build, cook, feed. This is a good trailer. Here's the thing, though. I wouldn't have called it Snacktorio. That's really the only thing. Snacktorio really implies you're going to be copying Factorio, which you're clearly not. You're going for like the feeding the Cthulhu beasts, which is good. That's a fun idea for a video game. So the concept is solid. But I think for it to find its audience, you need to allude to that somehow. Snacktorio implies, like when I think Snacktorio, I think, oh, it's Factorio, but there's going to be like a bunch of silly foods that you're making in like a top-down sort of similar Snackthulu, maybe. Specifically Torio. Yeah, the Torio part of it. The Omnomicon, it's pretty good. Omnomicon it's pretty solid. You're right, but you also clicked it because of the name. Yeah, that's true, but I kind of like probably won't buy it. So it's one of those games I'm like, oh, that's a neat idea, but I'm probably not going to buy it. House Flipper remastered? They're remastering them already? Walking simulator? Psychological horror? I like the lo-fi psychological horror. You know the drill. Incremental. There's a lot more incremental games than I thought coming out. Oh boy, we got lo-fi beats to drill to. This is very 2014 coded audio wise. It's like a snap clap. This one's a little too zoomed in, and it's a bit disorienting because it's a little too zoomed in. There's a little too much stuff happening on the screen at all times. Deep Crafter. 15 light years away, hope lies in the deep alien ocean. All the songs for these trailers are funny to me. What if we made Subnautica, but in Chinese? Is this Chinese? I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know the difference between... That's Mandarin. Okay. I'll just stick with my first one. That is indeed Mandarin. Okay. Subnautica, but with factories and in Chinese. There's a lot going on here. Deep Crafter Studio. They've made The Front and Frostbound, which I don't know what Frostbound is. A roguelike deck builder.
This was our land.
So very going in a wildly different direction for Deep Crafter. They've got like the art style of clay. The clay art style. Ice Cream Simulator. Oh, you already know what it is. Airport security sucks! Exclamation. Is that just a declarative? It's like a little multiplayer combat game trying to do social deduction. The Gothic 1 remake. It's actually coming out pretty soon. I don't think I ever played Gothic 1. Well, hope it's fun. Professor Simulator. The Arms of God. Bullet Heaven action roguelike. They're finally releasing the Meme Bean game. After all this time. When did this go viral? How many years has it been? It's been ages. Will this still... Will they be able to bottle the lightning, or do you think this is just going to come out and instantly fizzle? It's been like a decade. I just think we live in a different era.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance.
Where this doesn't...
There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean.
Sell well.
It's because I'm good at what I do.
Okay.
Really. Really. Good. I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency. An international organization powerful enough to shape the world. Until they lied to me and tried to kill me. Now, I'm gonna destroy them.
It might be stupid enough to be successful.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency. Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die.
It might be dumb enough to be successful. Are there enough gimmicks in the game beyond what's in the trailer to make it viral again?
They made me who I am, and I will make them pay for it.
Maybe? Brain Rot Serious Sam 1. Outside of the dialogue, it doesn't look half bad. That's what I'm saying. I can't tell. Like, I can't dismiss it out of pocket right now. I don't know if it has the it factor, but it's got something in it that I can't quite pin down. I'm not ready to dismiss it. Dominance Wars. Feels like it's either going to be good or terrible. Yeah, kind of. Why the zoom? RTS? Or is it a turn-based 4X game? I can't tell. It says it's a 4X turn-based strategy something. Only one player can win the game. Is it multiplayer? It's online PvP and co-op, so probably not programmed with good single-player AI. Layer Land? Wait, did somebody rip off Pal World? That's how many layers of ripoff we're at? Pal World 2? Holy. Which itself is ripping off Pokemon. Hold on. I gotta watch this whole thing now. I'm sorry if there's VOD watchers that get muted. The cinematic video might differ from actual game scene, it says. This is an AI song, by the way, right? The unknown cracks have appeared across the globe.
Every step, a brand new land. Creatures waiting, stars are guiding.
This is an AI song. 100%. The portal was a passage, a door leading to endless layers. The whole video's AI. What awaited us was not a mysterious paradise, but the wild. Are you an onlooker, a survivor, or a pioneer? Layerland.
Fields of wonder, rivers glowing, echoes sing from mountain streams.
Natural language technology based on generative AI, GPT, personality, and over 100 kinds of AI pets. They're going all in. I don't even know what that means. The first prompt type game. Complete situation-specific combat strategies through diverse combinations of pet skills and traits. Ugh, I am allergic to GPT-like games. Capture stronger monsters and build the ultimate party. A real-time topographical rendering system precisely synced with the real Earth? From legendary beasts roaming the Himalayas to mythical creatures hidden in Saharan dust storms. Capture the mysterious pet living fairy life in real ecosystems around the world. Through endless cracks, we create our own wonderland. Layerland. The Layerland adventure with my pet. Oh boy, it's rough. The frame rate. Okay. That trailer would have gone hard in 2014. You could have sold millions of dollars on Kickstarter worth if you presented that, like, we're going to create the whole Earth. You can go search for monsters around the entire Earth. in different biomes, mirroring real Earth environments. Hundreds of monsters. You can ride a horse. You would have done numbers on Kickstarter back then. That's crazy. Just the whole game's AI. Is this single player? Well, you've got eggs, fake Pokemon, you've got monster training, and evolution, spore evolution. And then you go out and fight with them. So this is like if somebody spent more dev time on Everything is Crab. That one's at least interesting. I'll put that on the wish list. It's got a demo, apparently. They haven't made anything else, though. That one's interesting. Spore mixed with Skylanders. NBA The Run? It's their first game and they have NBA license. I miss NBA Street. Is this like a modernized NBA Street?
Yo, pull out the horns, people. Get ready with the drums. The Run the World Tournament. Are you ready?
All right, we might not. They might have license. I don't know. Do they have licensed music? It looks like NBA Street. Are they actually remaking NBA Street? It looks like NBA Street mixed with NBA Jam. They're even doing the like roll around on the ground moves. I would think about playing this actually. Probably not with James Harden or on stream, but I'd think about playing it. I don't know if that's a licensed song or not. It looks a little chunky, but like it has potential. You know, it looks a little chunky. It doesn't look quite as smooth as I want it to look, but it still has some potential. Mario Strikers NBA. I don't think I'll stream. I'll at least like follow it. I want to see what the reviews are. Put it like that. Multiplayer, hold your king, multiplayer, into the depths, city builder. Have I seen this? A roguelite city builder. You've already lost me. Pick one. Pick one. You'll do neither well. Tower defense RTS. Trying to do too many things. Against the Storm did roguelite city builder? Yeah, they did it badly. He still hates Against the Storm. Yep. I felt Into the Depths was decently fun. Have I played Into the Depths? Have you seen Darkest Star demo? No, I have not. I don't play demos. And there's no video on this. But there is space. Coming soon. Yeah, I streamed against the Stormman, and I just didn't think it was fun. So, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I tried. I went in expecting to like it because of its pedigree, and I came out not liking it. So I wasn't expecting to dislike it. I was expecting to really like it. And then I ended confused because I couldn't understand what everyone else sees in it. It didn't do the roguelite fun enough to keep me wanting to play again, and it didn't do city building at all. It's not really a city builder. It's a proximity bonus, adjacency bonus simulator. It's also like just keep restarting the game until you've meta progressed enough to actually win, which I don't like that either. It's one of those roguelites where you like can't win until you've lost enough times. Which I think is lazy replayability. Acetech, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate 93 months. And subbing again, thank you for the 2-in-1. New Fire M also for 56 months, who says, hey! Hey yourself. What's up, New Fire? I'm just looking at Steam trailers. This is more fun to me than playing demos. You know, it's like I'm playing the demo, but without having to play the demo. You know what I'm saying? I can see it, I can look at it, I can imagine what it's like to play it, but I don't have to download a demo and try to learn how to play it in 30 minutes. Is this another sort of POW world but witches? Kinda. If they start magically chopping down trees and rocks, yeah, okay. They beat me to the punch there. I think there will be an audience for this game. The trailer is edited well. Okay, Jesus, dude, that animation just reminded me of Wildstar. Like, that sword swing progression, for some reason, just looks exactly like Wildstar. Is this like Lairland? Man, I miss Wildstar. They don't have any games. Feature list. I'm looking for creature collecting. Form bonds and level them. Discover unique and rare variants. Assign tasks to your familiars. Use special abilities in combat. Unique creatures to different biomes. This is a weirdly written chart, but I think there will definitely be an audience for this. I don't know if it's me, because I would probably just play Pokopia instead, but have you seen Witchbrook? Is that not the pixel art one? I think I have. I mean, if it's the pixel art one, then I definitely have. I assume that game's never coming out. Berglund Gnomes, PvE multiplayer, interdimensional psychological horror vending machine, Crushed in Time point and click 3D. From the studio behind There Is No Game, instantly wishlist. Instantly wishlisted. That's coming out June 10th. I did not know they were making a new game. I don't even need to see anymore. This one's just gonna get played. Like I don't even need to watch the trailer now. We beat that in like 7 hours, but that was like one of my favorite game stream experiences. That was super fun. Hopefully this game is also like 6+ hours. Because I did not know that. I just randomly clicked this. I almost didn't click it, but I clicked it. And I didn't know it was them. If you haven't played There Is No Game, you should. It's 50% off right now. Highly recommend it. You could beat it in like 6 hours. You got to check it out. That gets 2 thumbs up. That gets 2 thumbs up. Look for the hidden third thumb. There you go. This is the kind of game the more you learn about it, the worse it is. As in, like, you need to play it with no knowledge. It is the best I don't know what this game is game. And you just go with it. So don't look up anymore. Don't try and research information about it. Don't watch any Let's Plays of it unless you want to watch mine, which may not be anywhere. Actually, I don't know if it's on YouTube. And you play it with zero knowledge, and it is a whole experience. So I assume this will be as well. Well, that's encouraging that there's all this stuff coming out in the next like week or two. Hopefully some of it's good. Letter lost.
No mind. Nothing for you out there. Some say the post office doesn't job forever.
Your days away, your normal job.
You're the sole employee at the post office, stamping, sorting, and delivering mail, but the job hides secrets. It's an interesting premise, but it looks a bit rough. Around the edges. The Zombutcher Monster Business Simulator. Are you butchering humans? Then I'm kind of out. Spacecraft. What a great name for a game. I wonder if it has crafting and or space in it. Oh, is this the one that's just basically like wait, this is Shiro Games. Shiro Games is just making their own No Man's Sky, man. Like, come on, guys. It's the literally just No Man's Sky, but from scratch.
Galactic expansion.
Why are we making a game that already exists?
Of mining operations. With your efforts, we will build a profitable future. We will extend humanity's venture from one planet to another. The shared vision of Sun will change the galaxy for all. Strive to leave your mark under new stars.
And you called it Spacecraft. Here's the thing. If it were a single player and not MMO online co-op thing, I'd actually be interested. But is this not just Starbase 2.0, but trying to appeal to the No Man's Sky crowd? We expect Spacecraft to remain in early access for at least 6 months. Really, just 6 months? While the core mechanics are already in place, we plan to improve the overall experience. More content in the galaxy, new sectors and a variety of planets, new ways to explore the universe. These don't mean anything. What do you do in this? Is it more mining? Because like if you made an actual industrial space game where the focus is on the industry, that would be interesting. It claims participate and adapt to the economy of the universe as each marketplace transaction affects prices, which I have fallen for too many times. True power lies in teamwork. Create or join corporations and collaborate on a larger scale. Develop interplanetary production and logistics by assigning roles, dividing tasks, and managing everything. All right, chat. Change of plans. We're all going to get this and we're going to make a streamer corp, okay? And I'm going to put all you guys to work and I'm going to be the logistics manager of the entire system and I'm going to be sending you guys to different planets and regions to go gather resources. Because like on paper, all that stuff sounds great. Now, am I the only one who is so tired of these modular shipbuilder things? I'd rather just you have 20 to 30 pre-built ships and I just choose which one I want. Like having to go in and almost none of this matters because there's not actually like aerodynamics and there's not actually like mass. It's just lip service to have a shipbuilder just to have it. Like I just want to see what you've already made. Just let me buy it. I don't want to have to spend time putting like a decal on the side. Unless all that stuff matters. If it all matters, then it's fun. Is there PvP in this game? Like what are we buying and selling for? Because Starbase did the same thing, right? Starbase was like, go mine, and then you sell, and there's a dynamic economy, but then they didn't have anything else to do. Launch content overview. 20 sectors to explore. Hundreds of star systems and thousands of planets. Seamless travel from space to planetary surface. Asteroid fields. Play together. Persistent shared galaxy. Build and manage production networks with other players. Automate. Deploy bases on planetary surfaces. Create or join a corporation. Earn reputation and license points. Here's the issue. Once someone does everything, if it stays persistently, can't you just win the game and never have to come back? Like, why do you keep logging in? What do you keep having to do? Can't someone just set up the gigabase that mines everything automatically and then it beats the game for everyone? Because it says trade resources and components, sell items, dynamic supply and demand driven by players, but why? Because without PvP, there is no loss of resources. So you're just constantly going up. What if it smelts in real time? It probably will. It's an MMO. It's a mining and crafting and space MMO. I don't know. Like, I have extreme suspicion, but I'm also unfortunately intrigued just because I just need one of these games to be good. You know what I mean? And you just keep going back to the same slot machine. Pull the lever, max bet by buying into early access, and then you lose again, over and over. I just need one of them to be good. Is launch content 1.0 or early access? I don't know. That's a good question. I'll put it on the wish list. I am sus. I am highly sus. I don't have Rogue Trader, but Rogue Trader Gamer's about to eat. By the way, Perf Preddy, thank you for the 90 months of sub. What's up, Perf? Didn't I already look at this? No, there's another game with Beast in the title. This is a separate game about humanoid animals with Beast in the title.
You might think the most important part of being a hero is the big sword, or the desire to fight terrifying monsters. But here, in Palopori, our heroes are only as strong as their last meal. And that's where I come in. I make the meals. I pair the flavors they love with the magic and abilities they need, powering up our caretakers for their ventures into the wilds. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Let's try something sweeter. Much better. We make a pretty good team.
There's a lot going on in this game.
Gathering ingredients, growing fresh vegetables, tending to the critters, and fishing for the catch of the day. And they do the hitting monsters on the head part of things. They also bring back monstrous ingredients from the wilds, which helps me unlock new recipes, preparing them for the dangers ahead. It might seem a bit bleak outside the wall, but we're all in this fight together. Each of us brings our own unique skills and flavor.
Okay, so let me tell you. The art for this game is really good, especially the 2D sort of stick puppet combat. This could be its own game by itself. But then there's the whole like 3D gather ingredients and stuff that's trying to appeal to like the cozy game crowd, kind of. And this is the part that I think is going to ruin it for me, because 50% of the game is going to be talking to the other people in the village who you're cooking meals for, and me not caring about any of the dialogue, but it's still having to permeate every in-between battle. You know what I mean? Because the like actual like card battler stuff looks really cute. And I don't hate the way that the 3D looks, but
all in this fight together. Each of us brings our own unique skills and flavors to the
but it's going to be you like talking to everyone in the town.
It takes a village to save the world.
100 times.
It looks like it's going to take hours.
But it looks like I mean the art is good. Arena shooter. Serious Sam vibes. Thunder at Our Gates is June 11th? Ah, shit. Here I go again. It's time to go back to Hearts of Iron again. Tabletop Tavern. Making like a Warhammer, but with cards. Roguelike Warhammer. Why are they doing those goofy poses? With a Slay the Spire map? Man, Slay the Spire really like damned us to well over a decade of these linear roguelite maps, huh? It's all Slay the Spire's fault. It was fine, like it works, but there's gotta be other ways to do this. It's functional. Did FTL or Slay the Spire do it first? I mean, FTL, you got to choose a path, but Slay the Spire has a literal, like, 3-line hallway going all the way up in a straight line. That just goes, like, diagonal at certain points. Yeah, FTL, you can go backwards also. That's true. Very ambitious game, maybe too ambitious. The animations are tough. How they just like explode and like fall down. It happens so many times that you've got to like go back and polish that up a little bit. Why is it on tabletop? I don't know. They just wanted like a cute, unique theme. Speaking of Frog Squad, just kidding. We're not playing that. Starseeker Astroneer Expeditions. Ooh, unfortunate name. From looking at this, I don't know if this is DLC or a standalone. I assume it's a standalone game, but they wanted the Astroneer name brand recognition. So they kind of shoehorned Astroneer into the title. Oh, they wanted to do like a No Man's Sky Expeditions thing. But for Astroneer. I liked Astroneer. It just became clear at some point they realized that their target audience was younger and started to like shift the game to be more like for kids than it was when it first came. Like I feel like when it first came out, I was there. I even interviewed the devs like in person at E3. It was more just like a art style that was a product of those times where we didn't, you know, it didn't like have textures. They kind of Fall Guysed it. They did kind of Fall Guysed it. With like the music and the costumes and they kind of leaned into that more over time, I think. They did kind of Fall Guys it. That's funny. They got rid of the storms? I don't even remember that. It's cool that they're still going, and it seems like Astroneer is super successful. It's kind of one of those games that people don't talk about that much, but I think has done very well on Steam. We got 2 Papers, Please-esque games releasing in the same month? What are the odds of that? This one's even got like Curtasia. This one's more blatant though. Yeah, this one's more straightforward. Whoa! There's a shootout in the bank? Also, there's an ad coming. They're trying to shoot down the ads. I'm gonna take a BRB and take a bathroom break, get water while the ad is going. Do you think there's still hope in this country? There's no hope at all. Is it weird to me that this looks like if the Ace Attorney people made a Papers, Please game? That's the kind of thing you don't spoil in your trailer? Kinda. Steam keeps losing my place. But yeah, the ad is about to start. Goblin Company, different from the other company game. Very different. Don't mouse over certain games. Stellaris Nomads. Ay, ay, ay. Ember Seeker, another walking sim. For this one with the PlayStation 1 look. All right, I'll be right back. Yo, what's up? All right, I'm back. Oh. Here we go again. Has this just been like auto rolling in the background? Oh God. But there's a lot more in this game. Whoops. My bad. The Tales of Wakana. Sneeze. Ugh, I'm allergic to Goblin America. This is okay. When you, I'm telling you, there's just a large group of people out there who just make a game hoping Tomato plays it, and this is the Tomato genre. This is it right here. %. There's no other audience. Havoc, thank you for gifting subs, dude. Appreciate it. Hey, thanks for hooking up Jordan the Kitty, Stormy Rivers, Mobile Suit 1. Nice name. And also DHB Justin. Subs for my brothers and sisters who held the line during the autoplay wars. The people who got the ads were the lucky ones. Now, if they didn't get ads, they would have heard the cacophony of noise coming from 2 sound sources at once. Have you found any games where you're like, ooh, I should add that to my wish list since I started looking through upcoming Steam releases? I haven't last played some Starminer. I haven't heard of Steel Artery Train City Builder, though. What's that? Avic's been playing it. Sandbox, colony sim, economy, building game. Was this any good? If I get a shout out in there for Avic, go check him out. Toss him a follow. He just bought a shout out. I'm just kidding. I appreciate it though, dude. The trailer editing music doesn't match this logo. The game asks the important question of what if Snowpiercer, but with orcs, elves, and humans? Mostly positive. Percent 75. As many have stated, it's extremely easy to get soft locked to death. I understand tough decisions and scarcity, but requiring me to understand the entire game supply chain to get out of the first hour of game and deadlock of finite interdependent advanced starter resources is not actually fun. I tried 3 times, and at some point cannibalizing becomes more trouble than starting a new game. I'm not confident I'll get anywhere without trying 3 more minimum. That being said, I absolutely love the game concept and have been waiting for something like this for a long time. The dev is very active in listening to players. I'm hoping to come back to this later down the road once it's polished. I saw the dev's apology to the community. Define apology to the community. But I can't recommend a game that should be in early access but released anyway. The UI is as bare bones as you can get in this type of game. It's a shame to see the lovely pixel art ruined by the awful UI. The tutorial feels half-made. Why is that a consistent aspect of all tutorials? It can't be that hard to just like find a friend who's not played your little game in dev. Be like, hey, is it okay if you play this and I watch you play it? And then just try and design something that like helps a few people who haven't played it before. No, like just watch a couple people who haven't played it before and then make a tutorial? The logo's cozy belies how hard the game is. Yeah, it seems like people are saying that it's just super punishing. It does look cozy here. I saw person in bathtub, so we're gonna look somewhere else. 3D platformer, trains, fast-paced. We got... All right. This has a very old school vibe to it. It's very like Jet Set Radio mixed with something else. Crazy Taxi. It feels like something Sega would have put out like 15 years ago. SSX Tricky and Jet Set Radio with Crazy Taxi. Undercoders. Treasures of the Aegean. Super epic. Those are not the games I expected after seeing this. I'll at least like add it to wish list so I can follow it. Steam is not doing a good job of keeping track of my position here. I keep having to scroll all the way back down. Spooky horror game, Shift at Midnight, the Goblin game, Backrooms Lost Runner.
Well, that's just perfect. Okay, Alan, you've got this.
Why do these games always have like the Fiverr voice acting?
Well, that's just perfect. Okay, Alan, you've got this. No one is here. What the hell? An earthquake?
What the hell?
For fuck's sakes, of course this would happen to me.
With the country accent really sells it.
Of course this would happen to me.
Of course this would happen to me.
I need to find survivors. I need to find out what happened. I need to find out what happened. Damn it. All communication is out. It's been so long since I've been on level 0. Everything feels familiar. And yet so alien.
Are you ready?
Ryan? Nick?
He's drinking on the run! I love that they like edited that in.
Nick?
Picking up some cans of cola and just sipping them while sprinting downstairs.
We need to get to Epsilon. Fast. Fuck. Ryan? You... what the hell has even going on here?
I don't have time.
Similar to Lethal Company. The Gate Must Stand. Hack and slash, bullet hell, roguelike. Okay. Okay. All right. No, not what I expected. Not where I thought that was going. Dave the Diver Jungle Content Pack. You are the monster. This looks like a modern version. There was a game I played like this when I was a kid, when you could be like the King Kong, but not the legally distinct King Kong, Godzilla, and Alien. Rampage. Yeah, the old Rampage games. I specifically remember the 3D one. But I did play the 2D ones too, if I remember correctly. On Game Boy? I want to say it was Rampage on Game Boy. Was there a Rampage on Game Boy? I'm digging deep in the memory banks. Holy shockwave. This game's gonna go crazy on YouTube for 10-minute videos. Thank you for your application. There's no shot that there's a third game that kind of looks like Papers, Please coming out in the same month? What? In this, what's happening in the same month? Just randomly in 2026? Where are they? Why is this suddenly popular? Or has there always been a bunch of them and I just have ignored them? I mean, it looks interesting. I've seen a couple Paper Please likes in the past, but definitely a lot all of a sudden. Yeah, that's it seems like a within a week of each other, in fact. That this is like within 1 week, 2 weeks. Not even like a full month. This looks like, God, the game whose soundtrack I play sometimes, that I actually streamed. Sable, yeah, thank you. Does look like Sable. This is a game I would have absolutely made a YouTube video on back in, like, the old YouTube days. It reminds me of a lot of the old indie games that I used to cover. I don't want to have to kill him. Look how sad he is. He's just a mushroom guy just hanging out. I never seen a mining game done like this. Yeah, I just didn't ever change the title. I changed the category though, but I didn't change the title. Insanio. Auto Battler RTS. With worms-like environmental destruction. Humanity left counter. It's single player though? Parts of this are interesting. Prepare your drop squad by swapping weapons, vehicles, and pilots. Select the mission and choose your deployment area of the map. From that moment, it's hands off. You can only watch as your units try to accomplish their task. Every pilot has their own traits affecting their behavior. While lost equipment can be retrieved from the battlefield, fallen pilots are lost for good, so take care of them if you want to win. Almost clever AI. This one's... I don't know if I could get a full stream out of this. Because it looks like one of those small game. It looks like a small game. But I like aspects. The auto battler aspect appeals to me because I don't want to have to control 50,000 things are going on screen. So that one at least gets a wish list to watch. Cozy cleaner. We can clean stuff again. Dark Scrolls. Okay. A platformer play. The Possum Resort. We got Stardew Valley, but with animals. Oh my god. It's actually Stardew, but with animals. But with more animals. And a scooter. And bears. And the house shape is almost, am I crazy, or is it the exact house shape in Stardew Valley? And like, this is kind of also? I appreciate that someone's trying to make a game, though. But I'm afraid I don't need another Stardew. Mold washer. Make every game a cleaning game. Frostpunk 2, Breach of Trust. I didn't even play Frostpunk 2, to be honest. Rift Wizard 3, traditional roguelike. Avic, your time is now. That one's for you. Keo Bunny Tyranny. Surreal animal game. Eyes of the Elderwood Entity Research Group. Too bad it's multiplayer co-op. You Boot the board game. Oh, don't mouse over those. Stop. You can't just mouse over everything. You gotta look before you mouse. You got lucky on that one. What is this? Also, careful. Cop Bastard. Available Q2 26. Boomer shooter. The out of focus.
Motherfucker.
You can spit when there's a spit button. Oh. Non-stop action inspired by action movies. Sure. Okay. Sparkball. A new MOBA PvP sports game. I'm sorry, but I cannot click on a game called Weenie Wise. I just can't. I can't afford to take the risk. Mouse Busters. Point and click puzzle. Shoot 'em up. What? Puzzle shoot 'em up? Oh, we're going really old school. There's chip tunes, but then there's... Oh, it's also a horror game. Okay. I feel like point and click games are so scared to be a regular point and click game in 2026. you can't be one unless there's something else going on. Like it's just we're somehow as a society just past regular point and clicks. They have to be inversion of a trope or like something funky, which I understand and I even like sometimes. We were just talking about one, like the there is no game or whatever. That is kind of that also. The stream is now activating the same brain space as like visiting some exhibit for senior capstone projects. Kinda. I feel like a judge, which in some respects I am. What awaits Alexei? This has the I'm not gonna I don't know what it is, but it kind of looks like it's gonna be another Papers, Please game. Oh my god. It's another Papers, Please game. What is this phenomenon? This one doesn't have a set release date. It's Q2, but it's kind of Q2 right now. Why is it on such a delayed charge? Like Papers, Please was years ago. You know what I mean? So how are all of these different indie game kind of looking similar all coming out at the same time? Just now, like they just came out of a time capsule together. That's what's weird. Hordes of Fate, a Hand of Fate adventure. There's still... I really liked Hand of Fate. But this one... Oh no. Did they drink the Vampire Survivor's juice? They did, didn't they? The sound effects are not good, brothers. The sound effects. Hire an audio designer!
Give me your memories and I will give you your desire. In time.
Well, it's crazy because... this is not even the same dev as Hands of Fate? It's like someone else who made a game called Capes. And it's like a different publisher. At least they don't have anything here. That's really weird. Like, is it an outsourced Hands of Fate? Hand of Fate, sorry? Didn't they close down? I guess. I don't know, because when it's on this trailer, it has their logo somewhere. Right there. It has Defiance logo right there. Unless that's just for the license. So I have no idea how that's getting made or why, but it looks rough. So that's a little disappointing. Where the heck was I? Up here? Calling a game Endless Anything is a little brave. Maybe they just don't know about the Endless franchise. Whoever they got to make this trailer had the impossible task of making a trailer out of this game, so I can't fault them for trying the dramatic zooms because they honestly don't have a lot to work with here. Maybe if you just zoom further, it'll look more action-y. I mean, it's kind of Into the Breach-like, sorta. They have... It's kind of an Into the Breach-like. Man, Steam, you're really killing me here with this, like, losing my spot every time I go back a space. Psychological horror. Sounds like a AI generated voice in a language I don't understand.
We're hungry for new members, and you're invited to join the Brotherhood. Leave behind your money, family, and dreams, and join our flesh as we follow the powerful, ever-growing Elijah. He calls us all to a higher purpose. Your role is the Seeker, and you will seek non-believers, those who are lost in the woods, those who could not digest Elijah's blessings. Using our special rituals, you can speak to the spirits of the forest. They'll help you find those who are lost. Watch for unnatural wildlife. It can be rather persistent, unpredictable, and starve. Bring the lost ones home. Elijah will be happy to receive them.
All right, okay. Yeah, I mean, that trailer had style, at least. The trailer's got style. I'm afraid this is going to be one of those 2.5-hour games. But also, if the game has in as much sauce as the trailer has, then I'm interested enough to at least add to wish list. So that one gets an add to wish list. Fantastic Haven. Another Pal World like? Question mark? Maybe. Road Truckers. New Beginnings. Gravebound. Looter Shooter Third Person PvE. Stackmon. Oh, is this Stacklands? No. Oh. Okay, well, it's called Stack Something, and it has cards. And you move the cards in the same way you move them in Stacklands. Which makes this more confusing. In fact, it's this exact same way you move them in Stacklands. Well, they did the right thing in going low visual fidelity, put all their skill points into audio and sound design, which is what you're supposed to do when you don't have any skill points in 3D. I'm allergic to Stacklands likes that are about Pokemon. There's one problem with this for me, which is I like the art style, but I don't like any of the mons. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the art style of the game, but I don't like any of these mons. Like they're kind of all designed by someone who looks inspired by Adventure Time. Kinda. I'd probably play it though, so I'll at least put it on my wish list. Have you ever played Amazing Cultivation Simulator? Oh, have I? Yes, I have 100%ed that game. I finished the whole thing, completed it in one sitting, in fact. Right, chat? Catio Simulator. Oh, but it's pixel art. Pixel art is great, but not when you have cat on the cover. As one, we survive. I'm suspicious of this one already. Wow, just waste no time shooting those guys. With the comfy music in the background and everything. Like the other games I was talking about that were made just exclusively for Tomato to stream, this game is made exclusively for Splattercat to cover on YouTube. It's a guarantee. The Loopler? That's not a good name for a game. One friend wants this game. All right, I'm in. It do be looping though. Okay, so you have little race cars and they loop. And then they keep looping, but faster. Look at the loopy loops. Is there going to be much beyond... Like, I feel like this is the kind of game, though. How much content can there be beyond the demo for this? I've sunk a lot of hours in the demo. Really? It doesn't look like there's that much from the trailer. Is there a lot? Okay, fine. I'll put on the wish list. It's going on. I don't know what music this is anymore. Momento as opposed to memento. Choices matter. Cozy. Dim Haven is a puzzle game. Dear and Boy is a story limbo game, a limbo-like, if you will. Nomad Drive. Of course, this is. I click on Desert Bus. Did they really just remake Desert Bus? Oh, it's it's multiplayer. Never mind. Multiplayer Desert Bus. eShop Tycoon. Hold on. Chad, you weren't. You found the reason I'm actually doing this because I wanted to get to my game. I was just looking for a way to shamelessly plug my game. Let's see what I came up with. It's a tycoon game, so could be this could be a stealth reveal of a game I've been working on for years in secret, but it's not. But it could be. I see charts and money and graphs. I like graphs. I like bars that fill up. It almost looks like software sim. But it's not. Okay. I scrolled too far. Deliverium. No, Delvarium. Whew. Open world survival craft sandbox farming sim. Rock music. Terraria graphics. Like, no, it's like Stardew and Terraria graphics simultaneously. Now this is a game that could have come out when I was on YouTube. Wow, it's... Guys, it's the Terraria inventory. Like verbatim. We're not even pretending anymore. You gotta change the homework slightly so it looks different. Man, I would have been so hyped about this game back in 2014 or 15. I'd be emailing the devs every 2 months, trying to get a preview. This music's a little sus. The Australian government is making this? Australia? Creator Chronicles City Builder Management CRPG. Oh boy. Those are absolutely AI generated. All of these. Holy. Every single one of these AI generated, brother. Music might be as well. I was wondering if the last game's music was or wasn't. Defeat the enemy. And this is a chaos game. I don't know what the hell's going on. The Maker Way, little crafty build a base thing. Redemption of the Damned, survival horror FPS. We might be starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Who's High Reach made by?
From the
Well, they were going to tell me.
From the safety of their havens.
Oh, I thought I was going to say from the developers of... That's not what it was saying. Evil? I don't know what Evil is. Mixed reviews on Steam. Okay.
From the safety of their havens, countless adventurers have set their sights on the unknown. Ruin those destinations unfold. I saw the chaos. Most of the crew lost their lives then. They were the last one.
Volunteers.
Steam? Oh. Okay. No video for us. It looks like someone's kind of just making Enshrouded, sort of. He craves zoomer editing? No, I could just tell that the whole trailer was going to be not gameplay, and I was looking for gameplay. It was just like a weird scripted thing that was voice acted strangely. Ramen Shop Simulator. Oh? Actual art? In my simulator game? That doesn't immediately look like an asset flip? Actual good art style? It's got broth physics. These are the kind of games I'm just wondering what progression is like, because they've got the look down 100%. They've got the vibe. What's the actual progression gameplay like? That goes on the wish list to keep track of. It looks good, but doesn't look fun. Maybe you just have to like decorating a little bit. I like decorating some, but there needs to be like some kind of upgrades.
What if when you die,
go on,
you enter a place where your life can be saved? But to return, you must gamble with death.
What do I have to gamble if I'm already dead? No. Okay, you have me at the you have me at the like multiple mini games. See, I feel like I would have written, this kind of seems small, but instead of death cheats, so can you? I would have put death cheats, so do you, or something like that. Like, can't you, I don't know, subtle, but so do you. Use secret shop. All right, well, we just don't care anymore then. This is one of those games that like has potential to be a good Inscription like, but might be too shallow. It's missing like the extra sauce that Inscription has. I think it's the lack of subtlety. You're actually like gambling with like a crazy creature. I am on the verge of wishlisting it, but not yet. I'll just wait. Ark? What the hell? You are entering Prehistoria. Like, you should have got the gun the entire time. Oh boy. We got an ambitious indie dev. This game has a potential to be really dumb, but like funny, unintentionally. I'm not convinced that this is not an AI logo image based on the art in the rest of the game. Okay. Where else? Where was I? Open world survival craft early access Everrail. Fears to Fathom Scratch Creek. What are we? Extremely hard game. Steam, please just remember where I am, man. Money Simulator. We're not even trying anymore. Llama RPG. Okay. Is that Mr. Llama's game? It is. Good luck, Mr. Llama. I wish you the best. Ghost Sector. Exoshock. The Declutterers. Just reading names out loud now. I'm not really seeing as much to go down the rabbit hole on. It's also starting to show them to me in a randomized order, which is making it really hard to look at them all because like now eShop Tycoon's down here And I was like up here somewhere. Steam is changing the order. Okay, now we're talking. Backyard baseball. You can middle click. Yeah, but I don't like opening a new window. I shouldn't have to open new tabs in Steam. I never had to use tabs before until they changed it. It worked perfectly fine. This is July 9th. Also, the player doesn't do a real full screen from this tab. I've still got my Windows bar at the bottom, so it's actually just worse. I hope this is good. I'm worried, of course, but I hope it's good. All these pull side hitters to the low fence and left, man. Pablo! Get it, Pablo. Well, I mean, I'm going to have to buy this just for old time's sake. I got to buy it just for old time's sake. It's going on the wish list.
Colonies of the Remnant.
Have you seen Esoteric Ebb? I think so. Is it the stop motion one? I think. Sensory overload. Well, they're not wrong. It's like an extreme obstacle course surf game. This reminds me of those old, remember, what's that old racing game that got, it was audio something to the music? That was Audio Surf. God, yeah, Audio Surf. That was such a cool gimmick for a game. That was one of the earliest Steam games I ever bought. Okay, we might be scraping the bottom of the barrel now. That might be it. I did add a bunch of games to my wish list, though, so... Chad, did any of you add a game to your wish list just from watching this? One or two? Playing the Loopler demo right now? There's a lot more incremental games now than I remember there ever being when I was on YouTube. It's like a full-on super genre now. What do you think the last game on the list is? Is it even possible to get there? Oh, it's B-17 Squadron. Actually playing games is overrated. That's why I just watch trailers of them. It's like I'm playing them, but I don't have to buy them, learn them, or be disappointed by them. This, why is there just the blur on this is crazy. How does this even get made in 2026? It looks like a cutscene from 2009. Man, remember when Steam was good and you didn't have to do this, like loading more content bullshit, because there were just pages that you could load instead of like the infinite scroll load more, and Steam didn't update to be bad? Valley of the Gods is never coming out. Didn't Steam buy this? Valve bought this studio and then just like this game disappeared into the ether. Horse Reality. By reality, you mean actually AI generated. Is that what you meant by reality? AI generated horses, but they're real. Join a thriving community in this realistic horse breeding sim. Oh, dude. I Have No Change actually looks amazing. Yeah, I saw this on social media. I think I saw this on Twitter. I didn't mean to click on it. Now it's going to lose my spot. It's got FMV.
Хлеба надо.
Маленький сок.
Молока. И коньячку пузырек.
What kind of face tech is that? Video camera.
Добрый вечер.
Very high tech, cutting edge stuff. We think the video camera is really going to take off. Anyway, Slavic simulation games really do hit different. I don't know what it is about them, but even when they're not full-on simulation games like Metro and Stalker, there's a much greater emphasis on minutia in the simulation, which I really like. That you just don't get. Forget about the cool FMV guys, but like, yeah, granular details that don't come up in other sims and in more Slavic games or Scandinavian games even, but especially Slavic games. Human struggle jumps out and the grit comes out. Yeah, there's because you can't capture the grit without that granular detail. And it's not, I'm not even talking about the graphics necessarily, just like having the attention to detail of sitting, like an animation for sitting down, an animation for picking up the pen, an animation for writing, an animation for putting your cigarette out. Like everything's super patient and like other simulation games from across the world are more like no animations. Everything is just, you look at it, it highlights, you click a button, and it instantly happens, kind of, and just skip those details, you know, because they're kind of they're a waste of time or something. You know, you want the it's like, why bother going through the extra steps of having to make like an animation for everything? So I really like it. This game's gonna be sick. It's not gonna come out until next year, but I'm very excited for it. Steam, imagine you were not awful. Have we seen this in like an award show or something? What the hell? Who's making this? Ancient Cat. Okay. Why did I click it instead of middle mousing it? Fully simulated orbital mechanics. Fully simulated? That's a lot. One-to-one solar system. Atmospheric flight with aerodynamics. Really? Don't get my hopes up. Space Hauler. All right. I'll see you in 2 years probably, because it says 27. That's going to be a 28 game, but I'll put it on the wish list. You got me at full space simulation with orbital mechanics, one-to-one scale, and atmospheric flight. Okay, so that's going on the wish list automatically. Hopefully it actually comes down next year. I'm at the bottom of the upcoming list just to see what's hiding down here in the depths. From the Ruins, a detective adventure.
Our detective adventure from Ruins is all about solving cases. Environment.
That's, well, what a detective game should hopefully be about, is solving cases. Okay. I just don't need a breakdown. Maybe some inspiration from the boat game. The detective boat game. I can't remember what it's called. Obra Dinn. Some Obra Dinn. Escape the scam compound. That's okay. Space Aliens Mystery Story. Is it a visual novel? No. Kind of, I mean, cool art style though. It's visual novel-esque. She's an alien. Actually, it might be a visual novel. Why? Okay, I see a blushing. Is she blushing? I can't watch the rest of the trailer. It's too risky. Noir bloom, blood, and violence. Why did I click it? Is this by the Katana Zero people, or is this just looks like it? It looks a lot like it. I mean, it looks insane. They have like 5 games, none of which have come out. How is that possible? That's really weird. Okay. Chat, I think that's going to do it for us today. All right? I think that's going to do it. Salvage a funky stream. Tried to salvage a funky stream. Just there's actually so many games on here that we could just spend hours looking at this, and I'm not even mad that I did, because I just saw a bunch of pretty interesting stuff, actually, and I think that there's more buried in between. There's PVKK. Never gonna come out. I'm sure that there's more stuff in between. The lift also looks pretty cool. I'm sure I accidentally skipped some things. Ascendance is a new 4X game. New 4X games are scary because they're just too hard to make. So I wish you the best of luck in making it. Age of Empires like? But actually... Those are the same sound effects, I think. That's the same, like, sword clang. Untethered Space Sandbox. Biting off a lot. I can tell just from those click-throughs. All right, anyways, we could be here all night just looking at random things. But the ad's coming in, so I was gonna try to get you out before the ad, but I used all my snoozes. And now I don't have any snoozes left. But thanks for watching, gamers. Hope you had a nice Friday, just chilling, doing a little just chatting for once. As I said, thanks for the stream. Was good coding, background noise, had some good laughs at silly games. There were some silly things. Some very silly things. But thanks for chilling during the just chatting. Hope you enjoyed anyways. Thanks for curating the stream. I tried to curate the stream. Find some good curated things to show you. All right, let's see what's going on. It's actually not that many people streaming tonight. Maybe there's just not much to stream. All right, I'm gonna send you guys on an end of stream ready to go say what's up to Nookrium, who's playing a game called Dungeon Settlers, which I had not heard of before. But go say E to Nookrium. I'm sure he'll take good care of you. All right? Looks like an interesting indie game. Settling kingdoms, settling dungeons. Kind of like a party-based Looks like a pixel art RPG. Looks cool. But I'll catch you guys over there. Come back like Monday or Tuesday. And got to play either new stuff and or go back and finish Terra Invicta or both. So trying new stuff is scary, as we found out today. But we stuck with it. All right. Good night, gamers. Have a fantastic weekend. Roger Wilco, Paradox, Ace Tech, War of the Worlds. See you later, G-Lloyd, Gibraltar, Core Vocation, Knife Boy, Aluda Shucks. Have a go on Classy Dongo, Finksy, Snide, Avic, Wywalk, later Shat. See you later, Buxo. Have a go on Ottercog, J-Man. Later, Blywin, Chillin', Swineherd again, Hamsfree, Dwarp, Mr. Doctor, Gyroscope, and everyone else. All right, get out of here. Bye. Kieran Kylo, thank you for the 74-month sub. Sorry I missed it, but I do appreciate it. And also, Avic, thanks again for the gift subs, dude. Now get out of here. Bye.